Good evening, members of the public. Restarting because we have started the recording for the meeting. This is Administrator Pat Peterson. Please accept my apologies for the incorrect posting of the meeting and the confusion as to whether or not the start time was 4:30 or 5:30. We are starting the CAC meeting now. This is the June 23rd, 2026 regular meeting of the Compliance and Amendments Committee of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force of the City and County of San Francisco. The time is 5:31 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item of the agenda. A word about meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force or its committees may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Members of the online community, please note that we are not utilizing the chat function in WebEx. We're not using the chat function because it's not visible to members of the public who are attending the meeting in person or have joined us by telephone. If you wish to be recognized when public comment is called, you may raise your hand in the app by pressing *3 on your telephone to be recognized, or you can raise your hand in the WebEx app. Chair LaHood, that completes my announcements.
Please call the first item.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Calling the roll. Chair LaHood.
Present.
Chair LaHood, present. Member Wolf, absent. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Member Pilpel, present. Member Anderson.
Present.
Member Anderson, present. 3 present, 1 absent. We have a quorum. Item
Any
number,
known agenda changes?
and no known changes.
Okay. Next item, please.
Item number 2, approval of the April 28, 2026 Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Compliance and Amendments Committee regular meeting minutes.
So Member Pilpel provided me with an annotated copy of the minutes that have many edits throughout. I will say this, while they are accurate, none of them are none of them substantially change the content within. However, I will grant, or I don't know, Member Pilpel, why don't you ask what you're asking for and then we can decide.
I am comfortable. I don't feel a need to continue. If you feel a need, that's fine. And I'm okay with that. If you want me to just summarize, I can do that. And I will certainly submit the written edits.
No, actually, I think the changes are voluminous enough
Okay.
that if we want to take these, that because there's so much other stuff on the agenda, I think we should continue approval. But I would ask in the future, Administrator Peterson provides the draft minutes well ahead of the meeting. If you could seek out a copy of those to provide edits to her before she posts the agenda, I think knowing that you want to do that, if you don't have to do it, but if you're going to do that, if we could get them to her before she posts the agenda, I think we could move things faster.
Agreed. I have asked for that repeatedly. If I get the minutes as soon as they're available, I'm happy to work to turn them around sooner, since we only meet every 2 months. They're available 2 weeks after the meeting. If I get them, I'm happy to work through them at that point.
So Administrator Peterson, I would say, let's send out the draft minutes to the committee as soon as they're available. And that way, Member Pilpel, if he chooses to make such extensive edits, can get them back to you before the agenda is posted.
Noted.
Okay. Do we have a motion on this?
Move to continue to the call of the chair.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's take public comment on that.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 2? If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one wishing to make public comment.
Okay,
Taking-
please call the vote.
Taking the vote. Member Pilpel.
And I'm sorry, the motion should have been to continue to the call of the chair, incorporating the edits to the extent possible. But
Yeah.
I think that's understood.
We all understand what's going on. Yeah.
Aye.
One moment, please. Member Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Wolf absent. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. 3 ayes, 1 absent. Motion passes.
Okay, please call the next item.
Item number 3, public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online and wish to make public comment, raise your hand in the app or press *3.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners.
Mr.
Is it my turn?
Chair Chafee,
Please go ahead.
would you wait for me, please?
She's just starting the clock. Thank you.
Chair LaHood, we have one individual at the podium. We have no hands raised. Time, please.
Oh, I have
3 minutes.
3 minutes as usual. Yes.
1 moment, please. Chair Chafee, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, thank you very much.
Your time begins now.
My name is James Chafee. I'm just here to observe the work of the committee, so I don't really have anything to say, but I don't want my interest to go unacknowledged either. I was looking at a clock that had 2 minutes on it, and that was a little disconcerting. Thank you for fixing that. I've been following, pursuing my interest of the importance of sunshine for a long time. And I kind of want to assess where we're at. I addressed something directly to the Ethics Commission not long ago and got what I would consider a very poor result. It may be that elder abuse is a more serious problem than we realize, but I think the more likely explanation is that there's just not an emphasis on the importance of sunshine that there needs to be. And as I say, I'm just here to observe the work of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have no one at the podium, no one in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Please call the next item.
Item number 4, file number 25001. Complaint filed by Aaron Wilson against the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On January 1, 2025, the Complaint Committee, moved by Chair Schmidt and seconded by Member Stein, referred the matter to the full task force for a hearing to find a violation of the Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, for failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On February 5, 2025, the task force ordered respondent to examine potentially responsive documents and ordered production of any non-client service records that are not otherwise legally protected from disclosure or any portions thereof, and referred the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee. This is being revisited because it had not been scheduled at the CAC. Parties, if you are present and you are online, kindly raise your hand in the app so that we can identify you. Hello, confirming that this is Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson, promoting you to panelist. Mr. Wilson, if you are present online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. Respondent is present. Petitioner is not.
Did you communicate with Mr. Wilson? Because I know he has multiple items on the agenda.
I did. Let me see which one he responded to. One moment, please. See, a reminder was sent to Mr. Wilson on Tuesday, June 16, checking for responses. And the June 16 correspondence was in response to his request saying, am I on the agenda?
So you responded to his inquiry about the agenda, but did not get further response after that. Is that correct?
So far, I'm
Okay.
checking one
Okay.
more set of mailboxes. One
Okay.
moment, please. That is correct. I didn't receive a response to my response.
Okay. I think we should proceed, since we do have the respondent here, and find out what progress has been made. I just want to reiterate what we're looking for. The task force ordered the respondent to examine potentially responsive documents and ordered production of any non-client service records that are not otherwise legally protected from disclosure or any portions thereof. So I'd like to ask, Mr. Robinson, is that correct? Is that who's here representing the
That
department?
is correct.
Mr. Robinson, can you tell us what has your department been able to produce in response to the task force order on this matter?
Yeah, happy. We went back and did an additional review. This was a two-part process for records that would not have been protected or just solely related to client case notes and records that would have been responsive to the language of the request, and produce those and close this out as of.
I'm sorry, I'm having a difficulty hearing you. Could you speak closer into the microphone? I heard the part about you did an additional review, and then could you repeat the last part?
Yeah, no worries. Can you hear me more clearly?
Yes, better.
Awesome. Yeah, we did an additional review. We found responsive records that otherwise would not have been considered client records and made those available to the complainant on April 22nd of 2025. And then also, since this request did trigger a need for a dual process on our department's end to both review records through both a public records request framework and a client records request framework, we created an additional framework for that and a process that we now follow. I did make that available to the board as of today. I realize some time has since passed, and we provided the complainant with a copy of a fillable client records request form, which our privacy office fulfills. And he did submit that form to them and received all of his client records that were otherwise responsive to the language of the request, but not able to be released pursuant to limitations under Sunshine.
Okay, thank you. And you said the original search and production of responsive records was April 25, 2025. So that was last year that was done, and then additional work was done more recently. Is that correct?
No, thank you for clarifying. The additional search was done back in January. Our initial response was submitted in January of 2025, January 3rd.
Okay, and then the follow-up you did was April of this year, is that correct?
The follow-up with the final completion was April of last year.
April
Okay.
22nd, 2025.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then more recently, you provided him with a client request form, or are we just getting an update on that? And it's that the delivery of the update is what was delayed?
It's part of an update. The complainant has submitted subsequent requests for their records that both were a part of this request and additional requests, of which he's just been given his client records and correspond to the date range of those subsequent requests, but it still applies. When we first received this request, we told him like, hey, there's a myriad of records that would apply, but they would be deemed client records, and here's the form, which initially contributed this whole complaint in this process.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I know that he has additional records requests and compliance that we're following up with, but from your perspective and based on what the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force asked you to produce, have you been fully responsive with our order of determination?
Yes, yes.
Okay, members, do you have questions? Member Pilpel.
Hello, Mr. Robinson. Couple of things. The order from last year asked to examine potentially responsive records and order production. That was in February of 25. It sounds like it took from February until April of 25 to complete that work. Can you explain that lengthy delay? That sounds like it was 2.5 months rather than no more than 5 days.
Yeah, to my knowledge, I think, again, this request really did trigger the need for us to do some work at the department that allows us to review these requests through both a framework for client records and public records and reviewing both in tandem. And I think we really did just focus on what that looks like, so we had an effective process in place moving forward for any request that would process this. Once we were able to get that stamped and got approval from our higher ups on like what that would look like for the department moving forward, we applied it as a framework to this request to maintain consistency, and we're able to produce those records. But I think that, if my knowledge serves me correct, I believe that was the reason for the delay, was really just getting an effective process in place.
Okay, so if I'm going to give you a pass on that lengthy time period, then I guess I'd like to hear a little more on what that process looks like, and if there's something in writing about that dual or bifurcated process that you just described. Do we have a copy of a document that explains that?
Yeah, and again, apologies. I actually just got that over to Pat today because I think we just focused on the record production, and I'm happy to send that to you like even now or after the meeting.
I'm going to jump in. Administrator Peterson, do we have a copy of that for Member Pilpel? It did just come through an email today.
I have not checked for that email.
Okay.
Can you give me a great or even a good reason why that didn't come in like by last week for the deadline to make it into the packet?
No, I think we focused on record production.
Right. But it sounds like there hasn't been any on this matter in the last year. I'm just concerned that this document that you're referring to should have been in the public packet and isn't. And even if it came in today, that's nice, but that doesn't get it before us and the public tonight for this hearing.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I apologize for that. My understanding was that what was most pertinent to this complaint was fulfilling the request.
Right.
I think there might have been.
Okay.
That issue.
Maybe we all need to be more clear that in following up for compliance, that we need to hear from the department, and I've proposed language to accomplish this, that says what the department has done, whether it has produced additional records, whether it has changed policies and procedures, and if so, to produce either the records if the task force has asked for them, or certainly any changes in policies and procedures, and to submit that in time so that that can be in any public packet.
And forgive me, I was referring to something that's a different respondent had submitted today. So I have not seen this either. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Administrator Peterson.
Just clarification. So in preparing the file, I was looking for a response to the order of determination. Correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
So Mr. Robinson, you are saying that you sent an email with additional responsive information that Administrator Peterson will be able to find in the task force in the main email.
Correct.
In reference to this file number
Particular.
25001.
Correct.
Okay. If we can arrange to distribute that to the members, that would be great. I'm otherwise relatively satisfied, but I'm interested.
Member Anderson?
Member Anderson.
I agree, as long as we can get a copy of that document. I'm relatively satisfied. It looks like they have provided the information requested.
Okay, do we, do you feel comfortable enough to close the file now, or would you like to see that record and plan to close the file at our next meeting?
I'm open to closing the file now with the understanding that we're going to get a copy of this and that the procedures in place going forward, not just for Mr. Wilson, but for any similar request that has aspects of both public records and client confidentiality.
Yeah, and I would say this, since Mr. Wilson is not here, if we close the file and he finds that there were aspects of it that were not fulfilled, he can petition to reopen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay, so
Good with all that too.
yeah,
And one final thing, Mr. Robinson, if I could ask you, I don't know how long this document is or how complicated it is. If it has broader application to, say, DPH and HSA as relates to their client files that may have confidentiality aspects, even if the federal law that applies is different from other laws that apply, if it's got aspects of that client confidentiality that you want to share with other departments in the record custodians meeting, that may be useful to other departments so that we have a more consistent approach to handling release redaction of confidential client files where that comes up. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. And thank you for raising that. I'm more than happy to share.
Great. All right. Is
Do we have a
in
motion?
order?
Yes,
Motion
please.
to close the file. Why don't we just say to close the file?
Yep.
We have the understandings, but I think for the purpose of the motion, it's simply to close the
and
matter.
if Mr. Wilson is not satisfied, he can petition to reopen.
Absolutely.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, let's take public comment on that motion.
Moved by member Pilpel, seconded by member Anderson to close file number 25001. Anyone wishing to make public comment? If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one at the podium, no one in the queue. Taking the vote.
Thank you.
Taking the vote on item 4, member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. 1 absent, 3 ayes. Motion passes. Item 5. File number 2. Oh, 1 moment, please.
Mhm.
In response to the general notice of this evening's hearing sent on July 11, 2026, we received confirmation from petitioner Aaron Wilson that he would attend.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 5, File number 25018. Complaint filed by Jonathan Baylog against the Office of Short-Term Rentals, SF Planning, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. This again is a matter from 2025 that was to be sent to compliance and was not, and is appearing tonight. On March 18, 2025, the Education Outreach and Training Committee was to hear the matter for jurisdiction and merit, but the meeting did not occur because the WebEx remote link and telephone call-in number in the agenda were incorrect and the meeting was inaccessible to the public. On April 2nd, 2025, the task force found a violation of section 67.21 and ordered that by the technology of the request be responded to in full, including all of the property identification requested. The matter was referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for follow-up. On June 4, 2025, the Compliance and Amendments Committee closed the file for Sunshine Ordinance Task Force complaint procedure pursuant to Section 6C 7B. That's complaint procedure, Section C 7B. We have since connected with Mr. Baylog, asked for an update on whether or not the records were received. They were not. This matter has been agendized for tonight.
Okay, and did we, are the petitioner and respondent here?
Parties, raise your hand in the app or press *3 so that we can find you, please. We have Jonas Ionen from the Planning Department. Mr. Ionen, moving you to panelist. We did have confirmation from petitioner. One moment, please. Mr. Baylog, if you are present, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. Petitioner is not present. Mr. Ionen is a panelist.
Okay, are we are there other people in the call whose identities are not known? Can we just confirm? Because I want to make sure that we're giving.
There are callers in the queue whose identities are not known, but no one has raised.
No one has raised their hand. That is unfortunate. Okay, just to confirm, so we heard from Mr. Baylog that he had not received the records. But we have Mr. Ionen here, and perhaps we can hear from Mr. Ionen to get an update from the department on what they have done. And Mr. Ionen, can you tell us, what have you done to satisfy compliance with this request? And how do you view the status of that compliance?
Mr. Ionen is unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ionen, can you confirm what the department has done to satisfy production of records for this request?
Mr. Ionen, we cannot hear you. Let me check some
maybe
sources of communication.
Yeah, let's check with other city staff to make sure that this is not a broader technical issue.
No communications from Mr. Ionen. One moment. I'm not seeing any emails from Mr. Ionen. One moment.
Is there anyone else on the, okay.
One moment, please. Mr. Ionin, the tiny URL has been updated. What you should see is 2 forward slashes and no space before the words tiny URL. Please, on your browser, if you see a space between the forward slashes in front of the, or after the delimiters, please remove it. Try again. Mr. Ionin, I have just reached out to you with a message. Check the browser. Following the 2 delimiters, remove the space before the word tiny URL. Hello, caller. You've been unmuted.
Hello.
Are you here for? Hello. Are you here for item 5, please?
Yeah, this is Jonas Ionin with planning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
One moment, please. Moving you to panelist.
Okay, I don't know why you couldn't hear me previously because I was finally able to.
We lost you again. We heard you were finally able to.
Yeah, I don't know. You muted me again, but I'm on WebEx. I'm unmuted on WebEx. You made me a panelist, but for some reason you can't hear me, and I'm not sure why.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
I'm on my phone. I have
Oh.
to call in. And just as a heads up, the URL link from the agenda that was sent via email does not work to get to here.
It has been corrected.
Well, not from the email because I was trying over and over again. Anyway, regardless of the fact we're finally connected, so here we are. And but I'll reach out to you, Patricia, about a couple other glitches because there are a couple of various websites accessing Sunshine Ordinance Task Force that are not updated. But anyway, we're all here, so here we go.
Mr. Ionin, thank you, and we appreciate your help with troubleshooting any issues that you do find. Unfortunately, the petitioner is not here unless Ms. Peterson, he has appeared in the interim. But Mr. Ionin, could you give us an update on what your department has did in order to comply with the order of determination issued by the task force?
We responded to the requester with geographic identifiers as zip codes for the petitioner's request in response to the petitioner's request, and administrative code requirements related to short-term rental registry. I believe this happened last time too, when the petitioner asked to come to this body and did not appear a year ago sometime. I think my response is dated March 13th, 2025.
Okay, so just to confirm, you updated us at that time. Has anything new happened in the interim, or have you done anything further, or have you done anything since we last met, or no, because we closed the file and we were waiting to hear from the petitioner about what his ongoing concerns?
well, we weren't waiting to hear from the petitioner. You all closed the file, and I thought we had put this to bed, and then I got a notice saying that you're calling us back. So here we are.
Right. Yeah. Members, do we have, I mean, I assumed we were being called back because the petitioner felt as though things, that compliance was not, he was not satisfied by compliance, and it's too bad that he's not here. Member Pilpel.
Yes, I'm just looking at my notes. I actually have the notes from the compliance. Oh, no, that was here a year ago. Sorry, hold on a second.
Yes.
Yeah. Literally a year ago, June 24th, 2025. My notes say no appearance for petitioner, Jonas Ionen for planning. There was a motion from Member Anderson that I seconded to close the file due to the lack of the petitioner's presence. And that passed, and that was that. That was a year ago. So if that was the last action, if the petitioner isn't
Here, I think that it's just
I
closed
think
again.
yeah.
Yeah.
And, if I'm fine with that process, but I think we need to be clear that where the petitioner wants to reopen a matter because they're not satisfied for whatever reason, they need to explain what their issue is, and they need to show up. And
Yes.
so
Well,
this,
I think there's an assumption there, and I'm Administrator Peterson. I'm assuming that you heard from the petitioner shortly after we closed the file, which is why it was reopened again. And the reason it's waited this long is because there was some difficulty in scheduling it, or is there another reason to explain why we're looking at this again so many months later?
Because I had closed it, we were instructed not to hear matters after a matter had been closed, and I had closed the file.
Right. And then, but we heard from the petitioner again.
We did. And on this most recent round of scheduling for this meeting, both parties have been copied on the communications about reopening. Mr. Balog.
Right, but that, if I understand correctly, the request from the petitioner to reopen the file came like a month ago.
right. Or less than.
I mean, a year after the case was closed.
Right.
Thank you. Mr. Balog states that the matter was never resolved, but there isn't a specific about what is sought. The ruling was in my favor and required the Office of Short-Term Rentals to turn over the records I requested. However, they have not done so. So not specific.
Yeah. Okay. I think, who would like to make a motion to close the file? Because I don't see any further movement with this, since we don't have the petitioner and we don't have details other than I didn't get the records.
Member Anderson, do you want to take this one?
So moved that we close the file. I think we ought to put a note too, that this is the second time we've closed the file, and that it was closed because each time the petitioner failed to appear.
Yeah.
So he will be allowed to reopen this and bring this back again?
Administrator Peterson, if the petitioner requests to reopen this, I think we need to have a conversation with between Chair Yankee and the petitioner. I don't think we can just automatically reopen it, because this has appeared on our agenda twice with the petitioner not showing up.
So noted.
Okay, thank you. So Member Anderson, you moved to close the file. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Thank you to Jonas for attending.
Well, and let's take public comment on the motion.
Taking public comment on item 5, if you would like to make public comment on file number 25018 and you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one at the podium, one hand raised.
This is Jonathan Balog. I was actually on the call, but I had to sign on late because I had another conference call, work call. So I heard what everyone ruled. I guess it is what it is. I just wanted to clear a couple things up on my end. I never.
I'm gonna
went-
pause you, Mr. Baylog. Hold on. I'd like to because since you're here, I'd like to ask the members if they would like to
Why don't
withdraw
we
the motion.
Withdraw the motion and let's do a hearing.
Okay, Mr. Baylog, I'm glad you're here. I'm sorry there was difficulty in joining us. Mr. Ionin, thank you for being here. I'm sorry we're doing things a little bit upside down. Mr. Baylog, can you tell us what are you still expecting to receive that you have not received?
Yeah, so the last hearing I attended, I believe, was ruled in my favor. It's the only hearing I attended. And my inquiry to the Office of Short-Term Rentals was for a list of, short-term rentals that the office had in their possession, which I was not given. And I still haven't been given even after the ruling was made about a year ago. So when I had initially responded to one of the staff members who reached out to me a month ago, I had literally just said, yeah, I didn't get the list. I'm happy to go into more detail about that, but I simply had submitted a public records request for a list of licensed commercial short-term rentals and never got one and still haven't gotten one.
And if I'm recalling correctly, is this the conversation where we had, where I believe, and Mr. Ionin says that they gave you zip codes, but was this the conversation where you said zip codes were not sufficient because they're too large?
That's correct.
You were looking more for at least block numbers?
Well, no, I was looking for specific addresses, which again, at the time was ruled in my favor that those would be turned over to me.
So, Mr. Ionin, why have we not turned over the list of public rentals by address?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Because the administrative code, section 41A.4, prevents us from doing so. It clearly directs the short-term residential rental registry, the database of information maintained by the department, to redact any permanent resident names and street and unit numbers from the records available for public review. And I'm reading from the administrative code. As much as we would love to provide the specific information requested, the law prohibits us from doing so.
Okay. I'm going to save us some time because instead of having us go around in circles, I think we need to send this back to the full task force. And I appreciate you both being here today. The task force made a ruling. Mr. Ionin, I think, is still standing his ground. I believe this was the same argument we had at the full task force hearing. And so unless things have changed on your end and you're willing to do something differently, I think we have to go back to the full task force because there's nothing we can do.
I'm not sure what you're asking me to provide that the code prohibits me from providing.
Can I just jump in for a second?
Sure.
Jonas, I was not at the hearing in April of 2025. I was absent. Can you just give me a sentence or two on why that particular code provision requires the registry with names and addresses, but prohibits disclosure to the public? Can you just help me with that?
Because, I mean, I didn't write the code, Commissioner Philpell. It says what it says. We simply try to administer it to the letter of the law. And it seems pretty clear that under the definition of short-term residential registry, and I'll read it into the record again, because it's not an interpretation, it's pretty clear. The registry shall be available for public review to the extent required by law, except that to the extent permitted by law, the department shall redact any permanent resident names and street and unit numbers from the records available for public review. I don't know how else to interpret that than redacting names and addresses of short-term rentals from the registry.
As I recall, I think this is where, and I know Mr. Ionin is responding as he sees fit according to his reading of the law. And I think the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force members saw this as this is an optional thing. This is an optional activity that people are opting into. They are choosing to go into business. And if you're choosing to go into business, this isn't just, I happen to live here, don't disclose my information, but you're choosing to go into business and renting out your home, which then makes it a disclosable public record. I think that was, if I recall, Member Anderson. Yes,
I
please
think
go
you're
ahead.
absolutely correct.
Yeah.
And with all due respect,
Mhm.
that's fine, and that's your interpretation.
Right.
But when the code directs me to redact permanent resident names and street numbers and unit numbers from the records available for public review, I will respectfully disagree with that interpretation. And your committee and task force is simply throwing in an interpretation that, quite honestly, is not written into the law.
Yeah, I think what I see is, and I hope, I see where you stand and I see where we stand. And that's why I think we should move this back to the full task force, because I don't think we're going to get further resolution, for you or Mr. Baylog without taking it back to the full task force, because I think this is just a place in where the Sunshine Ordinance and your interpretation of the administrative code are just, they're bumping into each other. And I
Quite
don't
honestly, it's not an interpretation. It's clear. It shall redact. It's not an interpretation. It's a reading of the law.
It is a reading of the law, but I think the two aspects of the law are in conflict with each other. And I don't think I don't think any of us can add anything to this, and perhaps we should ask for additional advice from our deputy city attorneys on this before we hand it back to the full task force, because otherwise I think we're stuck.
Well,
Member Pilpel.
I'm just thinking a little bit. Thank you for indulging me for a moment on this. Mr. Ionin, the short-term rental program has been around for what, 10 years or so, something like that? Maybe longer?
Sure. I'm not sure what the time frame is. Maybe longer.
Okay. A while. To your knowledge, have there been other requests for specific addresses, whether from Mr. Baylog or others? And have you consistently responded in the same way that, you cannot, due to this code section, disclose the specific addresses?
I can't speak to other requests, but if there had been, we certainly would have provided the same response that we don't provide names and addresses.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to get any further.
No, I understand. I just don't want to, here's the thing. I don't want to return this to the task force with the idea that we could send this somewhere else because ethics needs to do something. I don't feel like Mr. Ionin is being evasive.
No, I don't think he is. But here's the thing. We can't do anything further here. So I don't want to take anyone's time up further. I will send an email to Chair Yankee, explain that we hit this roadblock. And I don't see a way around it in this committee.
Right.
And so I think, Chair Yankee if he can find a different path for the full task force, I think that's fine. But I don't think we have another path here, unless I'm missing something. Am I missing something? Member Anderson.
The only path we have at this point, because again, there's a dispute as to how this law applies, especially because this is a special circumstance, because the name, address, and unit number is where the business is being
It's
conducted.
taking place, right?
So under the business tax, the name, address, and unit number would be disclosed because you have to pay taxes on whatever you make on that, I would imagine, whatever you make in renting out those short-term rentals. So the only thing at this point, again, Mr. Ione, I see where you are. And what I would suggest is Mr. Baylock, if you really need this information, that possibly you may want to take some legal action. I hate to say that, but
Right,
the fact of the matter
I
is
appreciate.
that going back and forth is not, and coming up with the same result is not gonna further what
Right,
it is you're
right.
trying to do.
Yeah, and I appreciate your recommendation. Obviously my interpretation of the law is different than Mr. Ionin's, and there's pretty good examples if anyone does some research about this information being turned over. I was hoping for some sort of resolution through the Sunshine Task Force. I appreciate the time that you guys spent on this, but I don't want to waste anyone else's time. I don't know if you're donating your time or being paid for it, but I think rather than do this kind of circular exercise, that is probably my next step.
I might also be interested at some point in hearing how other jurisdictions handle registry of such properties and disclosure of those addresses. I imagine that there's Airbnb activity throughout the state and that jurisdictions have had other requests, even if whether it's here or not, for such addresses. And I'm interested in what their experience is. I guess I would be more persuaded by planning's argument if this were a state law provision that prevented disclosure, but because it sounds like it's a local code provision that requires redaction of such information. I think that might yield to the Sunshine Ordinance with the provision that the Sunshine Ordinance shall supersede other local laws where a conflict is identified in section 67.36. So to the extent that this was an otherwise disclosable record, I'm not sure that a local law that makes it subject to redaction survives. But,
Yeah.
I think if we are going to send this back to the task force, we should either make a recommendation about what to do about it, or in the absence of that, frame it in some way that the task force understands where we're going. And if we need to seek legal advice, then we do so. But so that we're not just, I think I've heard pretty consistently from the full task force to not just refer things back there and let it fall.
Okay, but I don't see what else to do. I mean, I'm
I
noting what
understand.
you're saying in 6736. The Sunshine Ordinance supersedes other local code, but there's nothing we can do in this
Right.
committee to force Mr. Ionin
No,
to do
I
anything
understand, but
differently.
maybe our recommendation to the full task force is to ask the Board of Supervisors to re-examine that code section and
You mean in the
recognize-
administrative code?
yeah, and recognize that that we believe that it's in conflict with the Sunshine Ordinance, and that if we don't see that there's a public interest in non-disclosure, that we think it should be struck. I mean, ultimately, if we want to fix the problem, then we want to fix the problem. And I understand that Mr. Ionin is not going to authorize release of the information with that code section standing there. So then the fix is to get that code section changed.
So would you suggest that in our motion to close, that we also make an addendum?
Oh, are
Yeah,
we motioning, are we making
I
a
don't
motion
know
to
that we're
close or to
closing
send
it
it to the
now.
task force?
I think we're doing something entirely different now.
Oh, now we're gonna send it.
Well, it depends on what you want to do. I mean, I would propose sending it back to the full task force because I do think this is something we're going to run into again. Although perhaps another option would be to close it and, propose to the full task force that we ask the Board of Supervisors to review the section of the administrative code and strike it, rather than dragging out this particular request. I don't know what will be more fruitful.
I'm not sure that any of this is going to be fruitful, but I think the best approach that I'm thinking right now is to refer it back to the full task force, cite those two sections, what was it, 41A?
Mr. Ionin, what was the section of the code you referred to?
Sorry, I closed the document. Let me pull it back open. It's like section 41A something something.
If I may, I'm just curious.
It is section 41A.4 definitions. It is under the short-term residential rental registry.
Okay, one second. Mr. Baylog.
Yeah, I'd just be curious to get Mr. Ionin's input on if there's any other sections of the code or anything else that would prohibit him from releasing this list that I've requested and the Ordinance Task Force has already approved. If, this part of the code that Mr. Ionin just referenced is in fact modified, is there anything else, let's say we get past that hurdle, is there anything else that Mr. Ionin can foresee would prohibit him or his office from releasing this information?
If the administrative code gets amended to direct public agency to release identifying information, I would think not, other than the California Government Code section 7927, which authorizes the withholding of unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. So we combine the administrative code with the California Government Code section to withhold. We would have to re-examine the reason by which we were withholding the information. I guess that's a short answer of saying I'm not sure. We would have to certainly look at all of the respective codes and pieces of legislation that affect this. But for example, our code enforcement team withholds identifying information of complainants to prevent retaliation. So that's our practice, and we'll stick by that the same way we're doing here.
That goes back to the San Jose airport case, but yeah.
So I just want to say, I appreciate you both being here, and I'm sorry for the technical difficulties earlier on. I do want to wrap this up because I don't think we're going to get any further here. So do we have a motion on sending this back to the full task force?
Okay. Let me think about how to draft this.
I mean, I wrote down something you said.
With all due respect, committee members, referring it back to the full task force, I'm not sure what even that accomplishes, because we're going to land at the same spot.
I'm thinking about what you're saying.
All right. Well, it's unsatisfying in a lot of ways, but here's what I've got: to refer the matter back to the full task force to find non-compliance with the order of determination.
Just a moment, slow down. Non-compliance. The order of determination.
Right. To reference what we believe are conflicting code sections.
Just a moment. To reference what we believe
are conflicting code sections. We would want those code sections.
6736 in the Sunshine Ordinance and section 41A4 in the Administrative Code.
Is that a capital A?
I don't know.
Yes.
Yes.
41 capital
A4,
A,
uh-huh.
period, or no?
Somebody will research that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
In the administrative code.
And it may be not just the definition, but also the language that Mr. Ionin read out about redaction.
And I'm sorry, the definition, what is conflicting?
The-
Sections, but what is
The,
conflicting?
the
Chair Levin?
elements of 67.36 and whatever portions of administrative code. chapter
Referring to
41.
short-term residential registry.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. And I guess that we're providing no recommendation to the full task force on how to proceed, but.
Or we could, we could recommend that we close the matter and recommend that the Board of Supervisors review this section and strike it from the administrative code, but
Or amend.
amend the administrative code.
Could you repeat that, please? So a recommendation.
We're referring, am I writing this or is Member Pilpel? Member Pilpel is going to read it to you.
Yeah. To. Okay. Here's what I've got right now. To refer the matter back to the full task force, to find non-compliance with the order of determination, to reference the conflicting code sections in administrative code, chapter 41A. You turn down the noise wherever it's coming from. Thanks. Wherever in administrative code, chapter 41A, and in section 67.36, and to recommend to the full task force to close the file and to ask the Board of Supervisors to reconsider that chapter 41A language,
Referring to
the redaction.
redaction
Yeah.
of information
I think we can explain
yeah,
that.
under,
One person, please, at a time.
I think we can better explain that at the task force, but that's the thing, is to ask the Board of Supervisors to reconsider that chapter 41A language
referring to redacting information
about
short-term
rentals.
residential.
Rentals. Yes.
Yeah,
One person, please. Short-term residential.
the short-term residential registry.
Member Anderson, are you good with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Second.
basically, we're sending it back to the full task force.
Recommending to close the
Recommend
file
they
and
close the
taking
file.
this other action.
So Mr. Ione and Mr. Bailoff wouldn't need to be there.
Yeah, I don't think
They
they,
They wouldn't need to.
No,
They could
they
choose.
could.
You could
Yeah.
come, yeah.
right. We want you to know that it will be on the agenda, but also know that we are recommending closing the file, but also taking this further action
And
as a
this-
task force.
And this is not on the consent agenda. This would be
Right.
a discussion item.
And so it's being referred for hearing, but the parties don't have to attend?
Correct. It's not for it. It's for a
It's for
It's
discussion.
for a discussion on a referral on a compliance matter. It's not on the merits. We've already acted on the merits, so it's a follow-up item.
So whether for hearing or compliance, the parties don't have to attend.
Would it make things easier if we close things now and then referred this as an item for discussion?
I don't think so, because I don't think we can, I don't feel comfortable closing this with the status of the thing.
Yeah,
I
agree.
mean, on the one hand, I don't want to close it. On the other hand, I don't think Mr. Ionin is in a bad place. I think that we're all sort of caught. And so I think this is the most elegant solution is to send it to the full task force with this recommendation. And I think the full task force could close the matter. We could too, but I think they're in a better place to do it because they can also authorize and direct a letter on the matter. And I don't want to draft another letter right this moment.
Oh, you need a second?
All
Yeah.
right. Oh, yes, a second, please.
Second.
It's a bit complicated, but Chair LaHood, does this also
Yep.
work for you?
I think it makes sense.
All right. That's why we come to hearings, open to creative problem solving.
Okay, public comment?
Yes, please.
Public comment on item 5. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one at the podium, one hand raised. Hello, caller. Do you wish to make public comment on item 5?
Yes, thank you. Is the WebEx not working tonight? Is that what happened?
It is, Mr. Wilson. This is
So I'm
Mr.
just on the
Wilson.
phone then. Yeah, it's Aaron Wilson. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit mixed up here. So I apologize. I didn't show up for the first one. But is this the method then? Is the phone right here that I'm on? How we're doing it tonight?
WebEx has been corrected online, but yes, we have you
Oh.
on the phone and we can hear you.
Can you please send me another WebEx link? Because the one I have says broken or something. Is it possible or no?
Yes, but while we have you on the phone, do you wish to make public comment on item 5?
No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to touch base on this. But I guess my thing is next up, so I'm ready to go. Sorry for
Okay,
being
thank
tardy
you.
on the first one.
Thank
All right.
you. All right. We have no one at the podium, no hands raised. Checking one last time. All right, taking the vote on item 5. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Wolf absent. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. 3 ayes, 1 absent. Motion passes. Item 6. Oh,
Sorry,
thank you,
and-
parties.
Excuse
And-
me, could we take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
The committee is in recess at 6:39 p.m. Microphones are off. Microphones are on. Committee is in session at 5:44 PM. Chair LaHood, Member Pilpel, and Member Anderson present. Member Wolf absent. We have a quorum.
Let's call the next item.
Item number 6, file number 25081. Complaint filed by Aaron Wilson against San Francisco Animal Care and Control for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.26, by failing to keep withholdings to a minimum, and Section 67.27 by failing to provide written justification of withholdings. On November 18, 2025, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and we referred the matter to the full task force with no specific recommendations. On January 7, 2026, the task force found that the San Francisco Animal Care and Control violated Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.26 by failing to keep withholdings to a minimum, ordered Animal Care and Control to review the documents and unredact information that applies to the dog owner, the residents of the dog, and to review the documents for all identifying information and all involved dogs and public employees, public agencies, and their contractors, and supply new records to petitioner and referred the matter to a committee for compliance. On January 27, 2026, the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee called files 25079, 25081, and 25082 together, and the committee closed file 25079 and continued file 25081 and 25082 to the call of the chair. On February 4, 2026, the task force approved the order of determination. And on April 28, 2026, the Compliance and Amendments Committee continued the matter to the May 2026 meeting of the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee. For administrative consistency, compliance matters are now being agendized at the Compliance and Amendments Committee. Mr. Wilson, kindly raise your hand again so that I can move you to the panelist role. Thank you. We have a representative present from Animal Care and Control, please. Last call for a representative from Animal Care and Control. Petitioner is a panelist. We do not have a representative from the department.
Okay, well, let's hear from Mr. Wilson on what he has received. Mr. Wilson, can we hear you yet?
Mr. Wilson, I'm going to unmute you. You are a panelist and you can mute and unmute yourself. Don't touch the phone. I'm going to unmute you.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Peterson.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, Member Pilpel, what's the problem?
So in the packet, there was communication from Animal Care and Control saying that the primary contact person was unavailable today and requesting that it be moved. That was passed on to Mr. Wilson, and I don't know if there was a response.
We did not receive a response, I believe.
Okay.
Which is why the matter remained on the agenda, because we needed to hear.
Got it. So could we ask Mr. Wilson if he's open to actually, whether or not he's open to a continuance, we could on our own move to continue the matter because Animal Care and Control is not available.
I would like to, as long as Mr. Wilson's here, I'd like to hear what he has received and what he's still awaiting.
And then we'll decide.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Wilson,
That's fine.
can you tell us what have you received from Animal Care and Control following our order of determination, and what records are still outstanding?
Sure. Okay. I'll just put it this way. I have not received anything since January 22nd, 2026. So I forget when your order went through on this one, but that's where things stand.
Okay, and I believe, was it because I saw something in the packet that said from Justine Alberto on the 22nd, and she said she was going to send you records. So you did receive records following that email.
What was the date?
January
January
22nd.
22nd?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's affirmative. I mean, that's the last time. Was I supposed to get anything after that?
Well, okay, so you didn't get anything after that. What did they send you?
Okay. On January 22nd, 2026, I received some updated, redacted PDFs.
Okay.
A number, about 10 of them.
Okay. And what are you still waiting for based on this this records request?
Okay, just give me a moment to answer and get my head around that one. Let's see. Well, this is all records on this dog, Sophia. So we got a total of 32 in the past 9 months on this one. So really, don't think it's enough. So yeah, I think it would be good for her to be here to answer to why this is so minimal on a dog with such a long track record. And let me just say this. I know that this dog has been, of course, 3 other people. And I was speaking to one of these other people recently, Mauricio, and because of his language thing, he doesn't want to come on here and everything. But there may have been updated documents with respect to Sophia biting him in their power, and that would fall into all records on Sophia. So my question would be, what is the cutoff then?
Well, Mr. Wilson, the cutoff is based on when you filed your initial request. If there are records that were created after your initial request, you would have to request those separately.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Well, just the thing is that Mauricio got bit. I don't know, 6 months prior to me getting bit, which would be like summer of 2024. So this is like another situation where there should be records, and then they drag them out a little bit at a time, where they say they don't have them, and then they find them, like what happened with me. And so that's what I'm looking. It's a little bit more nuanced than the series of progression like that. Mauricio was bit prior to me. Those records should exist because it happened in a city-run facility. And so they're obligated to call animal control when someone gets bit and do the report. Of course, they don't in reality, sadly. They not with any of us. And so I was just wondering then if she had found or come across in a new search related to this one more records about Sophia. And maybe, who knows, I was the last person to get bit. 3 people prior to me got bit at the same site, the same piece of property, same city property. And maybe those things percolated to the surface. So that's what I'm trying to get at here, if the penalties fit, that is.
Okay, thank you. Members, how do you want to proceed with this? Should we continue this as you propose? Because clearly
I'm
Yeah.
inclined to, as was stated, EOT had this in January, called all 3 items together, closed the first one. There was some dispute, as I recall, about the second one, which we're on right now, and there was some mix-up in the packet on the third one. I think what would be helpful to me is to continue the matter to get Ms. Alberto present. I believe that if she explains what's in the 10-page document in the packet starting on page 17 with the January 22nd update, that might satisfy where we are on this. It might not, but that's my thinking. And I believe that, if I recall correctly, that there was additional production on January 22nd. I don't know if we saw it. I'm not sure that I needed. No, I believe I did see that, and that was in the packet that's linked here. And what Animal Care and Control did was provide either additional documents or less redaction, but there were still some things that they believed that they were required to redact. And so that may well have been responsive to the order. But I think
we need to hear from the department.
Yeah. Yeah. So all of which leads me to move to continue. Do you want to keep that here in this committee or just continue it to the call of the chair?
I think we should keep it in this committee. I mean, unless, Member Anderson, do you have thoughts on this?
I think everybody's heard about this at this point,
Yeah.
but whatever.
Well, if we thought we could get it for a hearing on July 1st, then I would say kick it back to the task force. But if it's not going to be heard for, till August, then we should keep it.
Administrator Peterson, what's the most expeditious course of action?
The July task force meeting has already been noticed. So it will have to go to the next committee meeting of the CAC.
That's my answer.
Okay, I think we should do that too. And I know we were passing things back and forth between committees, but I believe Chair Yankee has wanted to cut back on that because of problems we encountered at our last committee meeting where we were getting things that we didn't have full information on. So I think unless something needs to be addressed urgently, we're trying to keep them with the same committees.
I was going to raise that under item 15, but for the moment, I think I will just move to continue to the call of the chair.
Okay.
And I think that accomplishes it either way.
And Administrator Peterson, is it possible also to send to notice to the department that we are going to be scheduling them for a future meeting, but if they could provide additional records to Mr. Wilson, it's likely that we could wrap things up faster? Or excuse me, if they could provide responsive records to Mr. Wilson and he is satisfied, then we might not need to notice it for August.
One moment, please.
Or at all. I mean,
Or at all.
Right.
Right.
In the alternative, if they have some further explanation that they want to provide, we're happy to read that.
Yeah.
I think I need a second on the motion.
One moment, please. So to fill in the statement for me, administrator is to ask respondent to provide responsive records to petitioner to possibly avoid returning to the CAC.
Mhm.
So you are also requesting confirmation from petitioner of acceptance.
Yes.
Okay, can I butt in here, please?
I think we've got a motion on the floor. Do we have a second on the
We have
motion?
a second.
We have a second on the motion. So I'm going to ask you not to at this point.
That is seconded by Member Anderson.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, public comment?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Can I
sorry.
do that?
Mr. Wilson, you can't offer public comment because this is your matter.
All right.
Anyone, Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 6, file 25081, please approach the podium or raise your hand in the app. I'll give you a moment. We have no one at the podium, no hands raised. Taking
Okay.
the vote on item 6. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. 3 ayes, 1 absent. Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay. Please call the next item.
Item number 7. File number 25082, complaint filed by Aaron Wilson against San Francisco Animal Care and Control for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.26 by failing to keep withholdings to a minimum, and Section 67.27 by failing to provide written justification of withholdings. On November 18, 2025, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and referred file number 25082 to the full task force in conjunction with file number 25081 as their subsets of file number 25079, and they should be considered in tandem. On January 7, 2026, the task force found that in order to ensure compliance with Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Sections 67.26 and 67.27, San Francisco Animal Care and Control is ordered to review the standards in file 25079 and 25081 and determine if any additional documents are responsive or improperly withheld or improperly redacted, and to produce them accordingly, and referred the matter to a committee for compliance. On January 27, 2026, the Education and Outreach Committee called files 25079, 25081, and 25082 together. And the committee closed file 25079 and continued 25081 and 25082 to the call of the chair. On February 4, 2026, the task force approved the order of determination. And on April 28, 2026, the Compliance and Amendments Committee continued file 25082, item number 6, to the May 2026 meeting of the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee so that it could be heard in conjunction with file 25081, which was item 5. For administrative consistency, compliance matters are being agendized at the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Okay. I'm assuming Mr. Wilson is still here. Administrator Peterson, could we check on, or I guess Animal Care and Control said they couldn't attend this meeting. Mr. Wilson, I know it's a different request, but a bit of a continuation of our last discussion. Can you tell us, for the records you requested under file number 25082, have you received additional production since we last met, and what are you still waiting for?
Mr. Wilson, I moved you from panelist to attendee prematurely. Could you raise your hand again, please? Mr. Wilson, you've been unmuted.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Wilson, you've been unmuted.
All right, thank you. I heard your question, and I have to go look it up because I have it by my number, which is the next request number. Could you give me the next request number for this
Is
one?
that the one in parentheses? Is that 27-7231?
Yes.
7231, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Got it. Okay. Before my time begins, or whatever the case might be, I need to get cleared up here a couple things, just detail-wise. Number one, are we supposed to address Ms. Peterson as Administrator Peterson? I want to be respectful of the body, your panel, and so forth. Is that the new title?
Ms. is fine.
Ms. is fine. It's how I just want to make sure people who are listening understand who we're talking about. But yes, thank you for asking.
Okay, great. Secondly, you said you sent me something from animal control or something from SOTF about animal control's inability to show up for today. Yeah, I never got that, I don't think, you know? So just to let you know, I mean, I'm okay with it, you know, to let them extend the time or whatever, give them another a shot or something. Yeah, no problem. But I just never got any email on that or something to know that it was going to happen and so forth. So, you know,
It was sent to sfolive@protonmail.com.
Yeah, that's the one. Maybe it's like I said, it's a lost in a sea of emails. Okay, it's there. I'll look again for it. I just don't recall that happening, so it was a bit of a surprise that they didn't show up today. But that's fine. I'll take another look for it. I didn't see it. There's also this other one, which was July 1st at my other email address. That's when I was confused, and it said I did need to attend, and I confused it with this one. That was accounting for some of the screw up on my part today. Pardon my French. So, but nevertheless. Those are the two things I want to get cleared up. Fine, I'm okay with that. Let's get into this one. Now, this is represents getting bit at the same place as Sophia, but by a different dog, Scraps. So now, what is the question again, to be member?
Yes,
Chair?
this is Chair Lohead. I wanted to know, what have you received from the department and what are you still awaiting, with specifically regarding, hang on, I just lost my page. Specifically regarding, if you're going by the next request number, 27-7231. We're here for compliance.
25 dash.
Sorry, no, hold on. It's 27-7231. That's what's on the agenda.
That's 5, I think.
Okay, that might be a typo on the agenda. 25-7231.
Yeah.
Okay, if that's what it is in your file, let's note that was a typo on the agenda. 25-7231 is the next request number. This is associated with SOTF file number 25082. So, Mr. Wilson, what are you still seeking regarding this file number?
Okay. I would just preface my answer with, they always do this thing where they pull stuff on the last day of they give you a document dump on the day of the hearing, so it does screw up things. But in this case, the last time I got anything out of animal control was again January 22nd. So I got a number entitled totaling maybe, so quite a few here, maybe about 15 documents on January 22nd, 2026. Some of them, well, a couple of them say redacted update. Yeah, okay, there's more. Maybe about 6 or 8 of them redacted updates. So, but yeah. How does that jibe against what you're seeing there?
Well, I guess more importantly is, have you received the records you were seeking?
Well, was there anything, my question would be, was there anything else they were supposed to?
That's what I'm asking you. Was there anything else they were supposed to deliver you? You need to tell me whether you are whether your request has been satisfied.
Okay. Can I ask you, what was the last hearing on this one?
So that's in the agenda.
Okay.
When we look at this item, yes, April 28th.
2026. So,
yes.
Well, obviously, nothing has been received in those 3 of those actions since that, 127, 24, and 428, 2026. So I would say there's more to come, because obviously there's a lot of activity there, 3 hearings in a row, and that they have done nothing more in that span, and there should be more documents produced on this matter.
So, Mr.
And they
Wilson,
should
the
be here.
the reason we ask you as well, especially since they're not here, is sometimes documents will be sent to the petitioner and we haven't seen them and nobody updates our file. That's why we ask you to tell us, have you received anything else? And you're saying you have not
Gotcha.
received anything else. So we don't see anything in the
Yeah.
file and you have
No.
not received anything that is not in the file.
That's right. And like I said, with these, with all this activity, there should have been something more. And so I can't go granular into it at the moment, what exactly I think is missing out of it, but certainly there's more there. And they're just not producing it. And this is, again, one of their favorite nonprofits involved here. So they're probably dragging it, I'm going to remember all this one. Oh yeah, this one's so dirty. It's really bad, this one. They need to, I would prefer that they, I'll give them an extension if they show up for this one. We need to go over this one for sure, in my view.
Okay. Members, it sounds like Mr. Wilson is saying he has not received the records he thinks he should have received. Unfortunately, Animal Care and Control is not here. They did ask for an extension. I'm sorry that there was some, Mr. Wilson did not see that email requesting that extension and appeared today. How would we like to proceed with this? Should we? Yeah.
I would move to continue this to the call of the chair. And we can hear both matters with the respondent available.
I think that makes sense. And I would almost ask Ms. Peterson to replicate the previous motion because I think it applies here. And that if they could produce additional records, and if Mr. Wilson is satisfied, we might not need to bring them back, but that would be contingent upon production of the records.
I concur with that we could duplicate it.
I will so second. I think in this case, similar to the last one, what we really need is for Animal Care to walk through their response, their 9-page response on this one that's in the packet starting on page 203.
Right, because we have no idea how that, we need them to come and say, this is what we've done, this is why, this is all we've produced.
Right. There were some issues on this one and the last one with getting the right documents in the right packet and getting those packets produced to us. So that was part of it. And I believe in this case that there was a second batch of responses that provided, again, less redaction and perhaps more documents, but I don't know if that's ultimately responsive to what Mr. Wilson wanted. In any event, we had all this back and forth about the level of redaction and microchips and owners and all of that. I think we just need Ms. Alberto to explain more of that. And hopefully the next hearing perhaps would be the last hearing and we can ultimately close it. But, let's see where we're at. This has really been dragging for a while. In any event,
Comment?
I second.
Yes.
Public comment?
Yes, please.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 7? If you're in the room, approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the room and no one in the queue.
Okay, please call the vote.
Taking the vote on item 7. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf is absent. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. 3 ayes, 1 absent. Motion passes.
Okay, please call the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah.
He's not going anywhere.
He's not, he's got the next one.
Item number 8. File number 25119. Complaint filed by Aaron Wilson against the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On May 19, 2026, the Complaint Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and forwarded the matter to the consent agenda with a recommendation to find that the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing violated Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21B for failing to comply completely to a public records request, and Section 67.26 for not keying the withholdings log to a specific record, to specific records, ordered that any remaining documents be produced, and referred the matter to a committee for compliance. On June 3rd, 2026, the task force adopted the consent agenda and recommendation of the committee regarding file 25119. And the matter is on the agenda for compliance this evening. Do we have a representative from the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing with us online? One moment, please. We have Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson, promoting you to panelist.
And I am looking for the initial request. Are we supposed to click through to the previous packets?
The previous packets
Yeah.
are there for your
Got it.
reference. The packet contains only what is post order of determination.
Okay. Got it. I was looking for the initial complaint.
Including all past packets is in the packet is quite onerous, so that we are linking to the packet.
Now I understand. Yep. Okay, so do we have, is Mr. Robinson still here, or is there a different representative?
He is present and he is a panelist.
Okay, great. Let's first hear from Mr. Wilson. Welcome back. Over on file number
Thank you.
25119. Can you give us an update on what you have received since last appearing before the task force, specifically on this item?
Specifically, I can't find it in either one of my accounts by that number. Can you give me the next request number that has a dash in it?
I don't have that on this file. Member Pilpel, do you see that on one of your?
Yeah, in the administrator's notes, it's listed as 25-279, but somehow that seems incomplete. Maybe if we could go to Mr. Robinson and ask what the department has done to comply with the order.
Mr. Robinson, yeah, I am seeing 25-279. Mr. Robinson, can you tell us what has the department done so far to comply with this request?
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we definitely affirm that this request was dragged out. It seems like there was a change in both the scope of the request over a year and the records that were actually being sought. But from our records, it looks as though we released the final batch of responsive records on January 26th of this year, and did affirm that all of the records that had redactions were redacted for personal information that related to other clients or clients more generally. And Mr. Wilson affirmed that he was going to review the matter and the records that were submitted on January 27th of this year.
Confirming that 25-279 is the reference number submitted in the initial complaint.
Okay.
Okay, I got it. No, I'm in alignment with you here. Tell me when I can speak, please.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. There's one thing I got to say here for beginning is I missed the first item because I was supposed to be there and I wasn't. Can I ask the chair for leave on this one to not get to the very end and get a chance at this one since he's here? And that would be file 25001, your number, 25001. He's here. Can we hear that one? That's a pretty important one.
Okay, here's what I'd like to do. Mr. Robinson, would you mind waiting after? I'd like to finish this matter because we're dealing with this matter now, but Mr. Robinson, would you stay after this matter? And Mr. Wilson, I'm going to need to discuss that with my committee members, but let's wrap up this item first.
Okay, fine. 25279. Okay, let's look at the documents here. And what is, where did we last leave this here? I'll look to the agenda and see here.
So Mr. Robinson says they released a batch on January 26th this year, and that the redaction, he said that their redactions had to do with individual clients.
Okay, last movement was 5/19/2026. It's pretty recent. Okay, let's look at the files here. And I'll go to the end here because that's probably where the redacted ones are. If there has been proper redacting done on these things. All right. Well, I'm not seeing it. Can he point to a given one that he has updated that he's referring to, like a date or a title or something like this?
Yeah, happy to. The last batch that I released again was on January 26th of 2026. It should be the last two items on the next request log for this ticket. And an example document title would be like Bayview VTC community meeting (1.x). But there's a decent amount of records that were released in that last batch related to like demobilization of the VTC, certain invoices, staff that were indicating that they were out sick. There was records related to pest control related invoices. And again, the records request was for all communications between our department and BB Hunters Point.
I'm seeing this list. It looks like in our file on page 13 and 14 and 15, I'm seeing the list of some of those records, although we can't see the records themselves. But it sounds like, Mr. Wilson, do you have access to those?
The list?
Hang on. I just
No.
looked up community. Hang on.
Well, I've looked at one of these redacteds from that February 26 batch, and there's no footnoting here on this one. This is just a random one I pulled out. There's no footnoting. It's just a redacted with nothing. That's in violation of the SO, I believe. And so
Forgive
now,
me. You have to click through. So now I don't know where I clicked through to. This is on so in our packet, if you click through on the complaint committee packet, and then you search for hang on.
complaint committee. All right. I can filter by document name, it says here in next request.
Right. So I'm seeing a lot of, so on that second, when you click through to the file from the complaint committee from May 19th, and then you go to page 13 from there, it says, it gives us a log of the documents released to requester.
Okay. And what's the name of it?
Well, I searched for Bayview, and the seventh item that came up, Bayview, was in this list. So I got to page 13 in that particular file.
Bayview Hill Gardens, Bayview Hunters Point Foundation, Advanced Confirmation, March invoice. What am I looking for after Bayview?
So, hang on. I was just trying to show you in the file where it shows the list of documents. So if you go to page 13, it says documents released to requester, and there's a list of the documents. So the top of the list, it says client EHV expired. Then there are a bunch of redacted files. It looks like this is the list of files. We don't actually have the files in the same format that you have access to through Next Request.
Well, I'll just tell you this, now that I'm getting my head around this one. Let's look at the request initially here. Requesting emails and text messages between the departments of HOM and HSH and the Bayview Hunters Point Foundation during the time period 2024 to date. And so that would be like maybe 10 months or something like this, 8 to 10 months, okay? 400 documents in total for that? Impossible. There should be thousands. So this is way under what would be normally expected. That was a major contractor, Bayview Hunters Point Foundation. They had got multiple locations all over the city at that time. They still do, as far as I'm concerned. They have that place up in that big building up in the Tenderloin on Ellis Street. They had our place, the Bayview VTC, and you got me 400 communications in that period of time. No way. No way.
Okay, I'm member Pilpel. Go ahead.
All right. Let me try a slightly different approach to Mr. Robinson for a second. Looking at the draft order that's in our packet at page 3 in tonight's packet. So what the task force found at our meeting 3 weeks ago, almost, was a violation of section 67.21B for failing to comply completely to a public records request, and section 67.26 for not keying the withholdings log to specific records, and ordered that any remaining documents be produced and referred the matter to a committee for compliance. So we're at the tail end of that. We're the committee that's hearing this on compliance. The order in here was that any remaining documents be produced. Are you saying that there were no remaining documents, or that if there are any remaining documents that they have yet to be produced? I mean, I'm just trying to either find or not find compliance with the order. I heard what Mr. Wilson said. That's interesting, but I'm just trying to keep to the four corners of the order. Can you
I
speak to that?
sincerely appreciate that. Yeah, 100%. All responsive records were released on January 26th of this year. We did look through everything. And a lot of the records that we had that were produced were provided by staff, were actually not responsive to the record request.
Okay, so you believe that there are no additional responsive records to this particular request, and whether you agree or disagree with the task force's finding that the withholdings weren't properly keyed, you acknowledge that, and going forward, you'll try to find some better way to key the withholdings to specific records.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
It's not clear to me. Have we received all the records?
Yes.
it sounds like HSH is saying that they have provided all of their responsive records, and Mr. Wilson is saying that he's received some records back in January, has not received any since, and he believes that there may be more responsive records. So this is one where we have to decide, do we think that there are more responsive records that the department still has, or that they have, attempted to comply, whether we got it right or not?
Mr. Wilson, have you had a chance to review all of the records that have been provided? And what is it that makes you believe that you have not received everything?
Yes, I have, and that was months ago. Now, as I recall it, they have so many locations that they're working for HSH on. They even say Bayville Hill Gardens. I didn't even know about this one. So that's 3. I don't know exactly the navigation center. That's 4. So there's probably more of them. And between all of those locations, just those 4, the Bayview Navigation Center, that's a huge facility. It has like 200 or 300 people there. There's no way that they could have this few of documents just on that place alone. So I think this is just a drop in the bucket of what they should have. And so, you know, my second thing would be, how if I do another request for another period of time from like January 11th, 2025 to this date, a year and a half? What would they come back with? It'd be interesting to see what they came back with even a longer period of time. There should be thousands of communications, I don't know, you know, text, email, you name it, to administer all of those people. So you're talking probably 500-600 clients and a total of caseworkers at all those different places. I would estimate at 25-30 caseworkers. That's what Bayview Hunters Point Foundation does, casework. And all they came up with was 197 documents. I mean, for that whole period of time, no way. These people are on their emails every morning, back and forthing it for all different kind of logistical things or client issues or whatever. Not that I want their personal data, but there'd be references to Joe, and that would be redacted fine and so forth. But they would be talking about this. You know, we need food here. We need razors over there. This somebody had a problem. This, that, and the other thing. They'd be back and forth. And there'd be so many records. So
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to pause. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Member Philpott.
I think in this case, Mr. Wilson, and hopefully Mr. Robinson can assist with this. It sounds like you're asking for a lot of things, and it may be that your request in some ways is overbroad. I'm inclined to think at this point, if you're not familiar with a 67.21C EFNQ request, if I could interest you in that, that might be the best approach. So you can read the text of the ordinance, Mr. Wilson, but generally an EFNQ request is a request for a statement from the department on a particular question or topic, so that you can, which gives them a week to respond and explain documents or ways to get the information that you're looking for, so that you can make a subsequent focused request for what you're looking for. So if you say you're interested in this particular contractor or this facility or, you know, client referrals or something like that, that it gives the department an opportunity to say, okay, we understand this is what you're looking for. Here's what documents we have. You can now select from this list or this description of documents, and we will then go chase down the specifics, so that you're not asking them initially to go find thousands and thousands of documents that then each individually need to be reviewed for redaction, particularly if they involve client confidentiality. So does that make sense?
Good. What's that called again? Tell me what that is?
It's an EFNQ request, and it's spelled existence, form, nature, and quantity. And it's explained in text in the ordinance in section 67.21C. So if
yeah, I think that's a beautiful idea, Member Philpott. I'll utilize that.
Okay, and you can find that code section and that text?
Excuse me, can I speak to this really quickly?
Yeah, I was going to get to you in 1 second, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, are you able to go find that text?
Oh, in this batch?
No. Are you able to find 67.21C? Can you track down that text of the Sunshine Ordinance?
What, in just like a Google search, or how?
Yeah, I'm just asking you, do you have a way to find the text of the ordinance that explains that? Because I could read it to you, but I don't want to take everyone's time to read it to you if you can find it.
Request SO. See what comes up there. Request for courtesy notice of electronic filing.
Again, 67.21C.
Okay.
That's what you're looking for.
67.
While you're looking for
21.
that, Mr. Robinson, if you get a request from Mr. Wilson that's formatted and styled properly, is it any problem for you to respond to that EFNQ request and try to assist in narrowing down what it is that Mr. Wilson is actually looking for so that we can get it to him without you having to chase down thousands of pages and go through redaction for things that he may not be interested in?
No, not at all. Honestly, I think that was the crux of the issue here.
Okay.
On February 3rd of 2025, when we released our first batch of responsive records within the time frame of an extension, appropriately, we did ask him to rescope the request, of which he agreed to, so that the scope of the request was actually tailored down to responsive records between our department, Bayview Hunters Point Foundation, as it specifically related to the vehicle triage center, which had shut down.
Right.
Yeah. But again, we're always happy to work with him to like rescope, retailor, but I tried to mitigate drawing that process out by just communicating with him in the platform and conducting a search appropriately.
Okay. I think we're all kind of on the same page here. I want to try to get Mr. Wilson what he's looking for, but I also don't want you to have to spend, unnecessary hours on things that he's not interested in.
Thank you. Agreed.
Okay, I found it to answer your question.
Great.
6721C. So
Okay.
I bookmarked that.
Okay.
And
If you can go through that language and work with Mr. Robinson to formulate a new request, then I think that's your best course of action. And you might actually enjoy this whole 21C process, because it may be very helpful for you in the future as a way to narrow down a broad request into something that's more useful and bite-sized.
Mr. Pilpel, you've been at this for a long time, and thank you for mentioning it. I think it makes a lot of sense.
I'm just a guy who's been to a few meetings. But
Indeed.
with that understanding, I am very open to simply closing this particular matter, finding that HSH has done what they needed to do on this particular order, which was to produce any remaining documents. And the answer is there weren't any, that all of the documents that they had that they believe were responsive to the request from last year have been provided.
Well, just keep in mind, remember, Pilpel, that it took them so long to do it, like a year to do it, when it should have been 10, 15 days or with an extension, right?
Yeah,
Right.
they already got dinged for that.
Right. That's why we made the order of determination in
Right.
your favor.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, look, I know you guys want to wrap things up on these cases and get them going. I'm not going to stand in the way of that. If that's what you, I trust your judgment. I will open up another request and dial in a little bit better with this new 6721 and see where it takes us, and then we'll see how they handle it. So I'm always willing to work with anybody. So, and I think all of the things with Tavares, I'm always giving ground. Okay. So I'm fine. But as long as I get the documents, and I don't want any, funny stuff. That's all. Be honest, in other words.
And it may be that prior to finalizing and submitting a request that you want to work with Mr. Robinson so you get the right language, so you're not asking for, some time frame or some entity that you're really not interested in, but you can, start to narrow and focus it, and he could probably help you with that. Mr. Robinson, yeah?
I'll try anything.
Extremely open to
But
that.
the
Yes.
track record, we've got a lot of track record of non-compliance with this department, and it continues. And it hasn't stopped. So,
But we're trying to get past that and get better with it.
Yep. So, okay, I trust your judgment on this one, but let's not forget. I want to get back to the 25001. Let's keep that fresh in the chair's mind.
Okay,
If Mars would be cool,
Hold on.
and
Hold
give
on.
me
Hold
a
on.
little slack, revisit
Hold on.
it when we can.
Hold on. I need a motion on item number 8.
Close.
Okay, Member Anderson,
So moved. I move to close this file.
do we have a second?
Second, can we modify it slightly to say close the file and find compliance?
And find compliance.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Let's take public comment.
Taking public comment on item 8, file number 25119. If you're in the room, approach the podium. If you're online, raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one at the podium, no hands raised. Taking the vote on item 8, Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf absent. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. 1 absent, 3 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay, I would like, and members, I need some help on this. We had already dealt with file number 25001. And it sounds like due to technical difficulties, although Mr. Wilson was intending to attend, because the link in his email did not direct him to, I forget what our system is called. WebEx, thank you, that he was not able to join us for that item. I know we said we would close the case and allow him to reopen it rather than going through that process. Should we revisit this or have a brief discussion? And Mr. Robinson, I appreciate you still being here, but I was thinking that it might be more efficient for you if we deal with this now rather than having you come back for another meeting.
That works.
Members?
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is on our agenda. So I feel as though, Ms. Peterson, what is the procedure for us going back to something on our agenda where we've already made a motion?
I would suggest that what we can do is move to rescind the previous action. We're still in the same meeting.
Right.
So things don't.
And it was on the agenda.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we rescind that action by a vote, then we're back at the beginning of the item as if we hadn't moved to close the file. We can still close the file or do whatever we want with it, but at least then we've rescinded that action so that we're reopening it.
Makes sense.
Right. Who made the motion for file number 25001?
I made the motion.
Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Anderson.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you like to rescind your motion?
Yes, I move to rescind the prior action on file 25001, item 4, and reopen the matter.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Let's open this up to public comment.
On file number 4, file number 25001, motion by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Anderson, to rescind the
Motion to close the file.
motion to close the file and reopen the matter.
Mhm.
Taking public comment on that motion. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, raise your hand in the app or press *3. I want to remind the members of the public, please, that we are not using the chat function because it is not visible to all participants in the meeting. Again, calling for public comment. If you would like to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. One moment, please. We have no one in the queue.
Okay, please call the vote.
Taking the vote on that motion, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Wolf is absent. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood. Aye. 3 ayes, 1 absent. Motion passes.
Okay, here's what I'd like to do. I don't know if Mr. Wilson heard our previous discussion, but we did hear from Mr. Robinson, who said the department went back, did an additional review for responsive records. They found responsive records that were not client records. They said they made them available to Mr. Wilson back in April of 2025 and created a new framework. And I know Member Pilpel had some more notes on that. And Mr. Robinson said they also provided Mr. Wilson with a client request form so he could request additional records that pertain specifically to his own cases. And Mr. Robinson said, in his opinion, he thought that they had complied with our request, the request for compliance associated with our order of determination. Mr. Wilson, I'd like to give you a chance to respond to that and let us know only specifically regarding file number 25001. Does what I just said reflect your experience, or is there anything that you think is still missing specifically pertaining to file number 25001?
Okay, thank you very much for continuing this, and Member Pilpel for withdrawing it. And if I could just ask, give me the one with the dash in it, the number, because I can't find it off of your number. So it's not in the itinerary here, the agenda.
Okay, hang on one second.
You can just help me out there.
If it helps, it should be 24-7770.
Thank you very kindly. Okay, that's like the first one I think I ever filed, maybe. Okay, good. All right, thank you very much. So what we have here is the timeline saying April 22nd, as LaHood chairwoman said, and this is the personal information. It's not public record. Fill out the other form. I did. I got all that stuff. That was
Great.
actually a very good experience. Hold on. I'm sorry. What was I supposed to do?
Oh, I said great. I'm glad you got those records.
Oh yeah, that experience. That gentleman who was there, as it turned out, they were waiting for me for a year to pick up. He says, "This is what this thing was sitting in this filing cabinet for all that time." Here, and so I was like, "Oh, okay." But it was screwed up for some reason. He admitted that, and then he did it all over again and straightened it out. Fantastic experience, and I want to say that I'm not always just complaining about people, and I let them know, and everyone in there was a beautiful experience going in to HSH HQ there. Okay, fantastic service. I was very pleased at the response. Okay, so let's know that, please, and Tavares, if you'd be so kind as to share that with the crew over there, that you did a fantastic job. So,
Thank you.
Back to this one. Okay. Can you please tell me again one more here? What am I supposed to comment on?
So what we want to know is, we believe that we may have compliance with this particular item. And if we have compliance with this item, we would like to close it so that we can focus on the ones where there are records that you should be receiving that are still outstanding. But if you've received the records for this request, we would like to close this request and get this. We want to get this one off the books. So it sounds like you have received a lot of the records associated with this request. Are you ready for us to close this and say that there was compliance with this request?
I need a couple minutes to go over this because it's a bit of a mishmash, because they're saying, well, all of these documents are in your client folder and they're not public. And we only got 37 documents in this whole batch, which is a very small amount, obviously. Considering the breadth of my request, I was asking for everything but the kitchen sink here. to only come up with 37 documents, it didn't add up to me at the time, and I'm looking at it now. It doesn't add up to me now. I'll tell you why. Is because there was a lot of stuff going on at the VTC with litigation. They got sued by the HUD on our behalf. I was one of the litigants there, the plaintiffs, and so forth. So this is another one where they should have had a lot more documents. I could say, well, we can't release them, but then you'd be owning up to the fact that there's more documents. I just think the output here, and remember Tavares, I think he was on this one at some point. I'm not sure where, but he was just getting going, or he was only 1 year on the job or something, I remember. So there was a lot of messing up on this one too. I just think now, outside of the case documents, I believe there's other documents talking about me as a cooperator with the government, the federal government that is, against the city, against these two nonprofits, Alchemy and Baby Hunters Foundation and so forth, and that there would be more chatter. And that's really was my intent. Now that I look at this again, was what were they saying about me, and what like offhanded comments, huh?
Okay.
So I think this is woefully, I think there's definitely more here, considering, look what I'm asking for, and only got 37 documents. No, I don't think this one is fit the bill. That's my view on it. If I differently.
So, Mr. Wilson, I'm going to let Member Pilpel say something in a moment, but we have you on the agenda here for several different items, and it sounds like with all of these, there were potentially voluminous requests, and it is important for us. We want to help you to the degree that we can. But when you have received records, we need you to look at, and assuming you've had, I understand sometimes you receive records, a day or two before and aren't able to go through them. But it sounds like you had access to these records for quite some time. We need you to review them before you come to our compliance hearing so that you can tell us whether you think you've received what you should or not. If you're not able to tell us, that means that we have to postpone things again, and we can't make, we can't move things forward. And we do want to help you achieve compliance with your records requests, but we also need you to help us so that we don't keep, pulling you into meetings. And because I know you're filing other new requests, and we want you to be able to focus on the new ones. So I just wanted to add that, but Member Pilpel, go ahead.
Right. So thank you. And all of that is true, and I agree wholeheartedly. Can I just go back to Mr. Robinson on this one?
Sure.
Let's go through the timeline. So this complaint was filed at the beginning of 2025, nearly a year and a half, 18 months ago. The task force heard this for some reason quite quickly and made a determination and then finalized an order shortly thereafter. So in the order in our packet on page 3, what did we say? Moved that HSH examine potentially responsive documents and order production of any non-client service records that are not otherwise legally protected from disclosure, or any portions thereof, and refer the matter here. Mm-hmm. So subsequent to February 5th, 2025, do your notes, Mr. Robinson, indicate that there was additional production? Because I don't know when these 37 records that Mr. Wilson referred to, when they were provided. It was pre or post the task force decision. Do you have notes on that?
Yes, I do have notes on that, and thank you for raising that. It looks as though there were additional records that were released after an additional review, but I also just want to note, my notes show that this request overlapped with the other complaint that we discussed, which was require us to go through a review for records that would otherwise be considered public record and would otherwise be considered client records. Again,
right. I think you
process. Yeah.
I think you indicated earlier, if I'm now remembering, that you did provide additional records in April.
That's correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So to Mr. Wilson, so there were records provided in response to the original request, and there were additional records provided in April of 2025 on this one. And we also heard from Mr. Robinson about this new two-tier, two-track process for public records and client-related records in a new form. And there was some amount of progress and happiness related to all of that. So, Mr. Wilson, I think I'm reiterating what Chair LaHood just asked. If you can acknowledge that you received additional records, even if they weren't perfect, that there were additional records provided, so that we can close this one, find compliance, acknowledge, and we asked Mr. Robinson earlier to provide this new form and process, so we will see that. And if there's anything further that you're seeking in this area, that you submit a new request, understanding again that it can also be a 67.21C request, that there are any number of ways that you can get at what you're looking for. And if it's just what you suggested a moment ago, the chit chat about what they think of you, feel free to ask that however you want, and whatever they haven't already provided, to the extent that they can, they will likely provide.
Yeah.
Sounds like.
Unfortunately, as you were talking, I just want to jump in. Mr. Robinson, I do see, so scrolling through the responsive records, there are some problematic ones where every single line is blacked out. Hello?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the same thing. I mean, come on.
Yeah, hold on. So I'm talking to Mr. Robinson now. So I'm looking at, for example, starting on page 37. This appears to be an email, but even the line that would say to from subject, which clearly does not need to be redacted, like the whole thing is blacked out. So we don't know who sent this, who received it. We have no idea what this is about. All we know is the length of the message. Can you explain why all of this was redacted?
I am going to the record now. 1 second.
Yeah. And while you're going there, I think we would call this excessive. Because.
And if this was superseded by something that was less redacted, and if the policy going forward and the practice going forward is that things will be less redacted, and where redacted they will be keyed.
This is a problem.
Yeah, that would be a good solution.
Yeah.
Because having this as a basic production is not good. It's just, not good.
And as I'm scrolling down, there are some where I just see a word here and there redacted, where it says, an unleashed pit bull dog owned by, and then it's blacked out. So that's obviously a name, AKA blacked out. So these are names of individuals, and that you can tell by context. But there are other pages where, again, things are totally blacked out. And unless, I think too much is blocked out in these, and the information, and for the information that it would be appropriate to black out, we would need, if it's not clear from context, need some clear indication what it is.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I'm going to go back to this and provide a formal follow-up, but my understanding, this is kind of jogging my memory, is that the complainant responded or was a part of a larger thread of complaints that were not made by him, but rather a separate client, and they were speaking to their issues in that matter. I do need to find the original email.
I see. So are you suggesting that although they were part of a larger thread, that they weren't actually responsive?
Correct.
To his request?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, how does given that those records are part of a chain but not responsive to your request, are you okay with not receiving those? And I see why they left those pages in. I guess my question to you is, do you need those to be more minimally redacted, or do you not care about those because they don't pertain to you?
Okay. My answer is I'm looking at one right now. It says Aaron Wilson's request for reasonable accommodation underscore redacted. Okay, it's 5 pages.
Uh-huh.
It's almost completely 5 pages blacked out. Okay, it's got my name on it, and I want it.
Mm-hmm.
So, number one, it's overdone, obviously, and there's no footnotes. You know, and I think one thing that I've seen that this time with you guys is this was the standard fare. They just didn't do it. They just didn't. They didn't tell you the reason. It started with animal control. They started redacting and give you a reason for it at least. Gives you pause for doing it. HSH doesn't do that. They just redact and they don't tell you why they redact as the SO requires. So here we have this 5 pages of complete blackout. You would think this is top secret or something. It shouldn't be. And no, I have to insist this is a violation of SO on its face. 5 pages blacked out with no footnotes why they did it even. So it needs to be less redacted, and where there are redactions, footnotes. Now, this is not the only file of the 35 that were released in April, but it's one of them. What are we going to do about this? This is
Okay. Okay. Member Pilpel, go ahead.
I think, again, the path forward here is that we already found a violation in some way.
This is just about compliance.
Right. Right.
It sounds like Mr. Robinson is willing to work with us on this. And I'm sorry that we didn't have Mr. Wilson there the first time we discussed this, because we could have gotten to this sooner. But Mr. Robinson, do you, given that, we're all looking at the same document here and we're looking at these extensive redactions, could you come back to us with removing some of the redactions that where they're not appropriate, and for the ones that are appropriate, just we need annotations. We need to know what is being withheld there.
And if if there are documents or portions of a document, because it's part of an email, part of which you think is non-responsive, if you can just sort of slash through that page and just say, this page is non-responsive,
Yeah.
right? So that we can
It
separate.
answers that question.
Right. So that we can separate what's non-responsive and what is responsive but subject to redaction. Because we're not getting clarity on that. And if you can figure out a way to do that going forward, that would be the best for everybody.
No problem.
Okay.
Okay. On that note, we appreciate, thank you for both sticking with us through this. I think we do need to bring this back,
Yeah.
but it sounds like we have a clear path forward. Mr. Robinson understands what needs to be done. Who'd like to make a motion on this?
Move to continue.
Yep.
Okay. So moved by Member Anderson, seconded by Member Pilpel?
Yep.
Okay.
And with that response, Mr. Robinson will also get the new form and the new procedure and the bifurcated whatever and whatnot.
So
all that I said earlier, that'll all get wrapped up into your next response to this committee.
Yeah, that would be great. So, Mr. Robinson, if you could just send that to Administrator Peterson, we'll make sure it's all included in the file. And I think we can get this wrapped up at our next hearing.
No problem.
I don't really want to put a specific deadline on this, but do you think you can get all that done within a month?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Works for me.
So this is moved by Member Anderson, seconded by Member Pilpel to continue the matter to the call of the chair.
Yes, and I think Mr. Robinson understands the instructions he's been given that will help us close out this matter at our next hearing.
Okay. Taking public comment. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the queue. Taking the vote in a moment. Hold on. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf absent. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. One absent, 3 ayes, motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilson, Mr. Robinson, thank you both. We appreciate your cooperation in this matter.
Oh, thank you. Very good work on this one. I appreciate the extension of time on this one, and I look forward to working with the virus under these new framework, and hopefully we can get everything that produced, and we won't have to trouble you guys endlessly for in the future. That's a
Great,
good goal, I
thank you.
think.
We're going to move on to our next item.
May I request a break, please?
Yes. How much time would you like?
10 minutes, please.
Okay, let's give 10 minutes, returning at 8:15.
And there's more HSH stuff, so hopefully, DeVaris, you're still hanging around, right?
I'm here.
The committee is in recess at 8:05 p.m.
Thank you.
Microphones are off. It's 8:15 p.m. The committee is back in session. Chair LaHood.
Yes.
Member Pilpel and Member Anderson are present. Member Wolf is absent. Calling item number 9. File number 25134. Complaint filed by Min Contaruti against the homeless and supportive
The Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing.
for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On January 27, 2026, the Education Outreach and Training Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and forwarded the matter to the task force consent agenda with a recommendation to find a violation of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. Section 67.26 by failing to keep withholdings to a minimum. And Section 67.27 by failing to provide written justification of withholdings. On March 4, 2026, the task force adopted the recommendations of the Education Outreach and Training Committee pertaining to File 25134. On April 1, 2026, the task force approved the order of determination. On April 8, 2026, Min Contaruti submitted a timely request for reconsideration. On May 6, 2026, the task force granted petitioner's request for reconsideration. On June 3, 2026, the task force amended the order of determination as follows. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force orders the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing to produce, in compliance with next request number 25-134, the following documents. All texts sent from /received by 415-260-9173 from January 17 through 19, 2024. All audio recordings or transcripts of voicemails from this same device. Any archived text or voicemail data related to this device. And any other agency or interagency communication referencing the device or its content over this time period. The task force further orders that any withholding must be kept to a minimum as per Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.26, and any withholding of information shall be justified with reference to the specific statutory authority and/or case law invoked to justify that withholding as per Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.27. The task force further orders that the matter be sent to a committee for monitoring.
Okay, do we have the petitioner and respondent here?
Petitioner Contaruti has been added as a panelist. Do we have a representative from the agency, from the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing?
Should be Mr. Robinson.
Apologies, Mr. Robinson, moved you to attendee prematurely. Parties are present.
Okay, first I would like to hear from Min Contaruti. Could you give us an update? Have you received additional records, and are the order of determination was very specific about January 17th to 19th, 2024 on all of these various formats. Can you tell us, have you received additional records?
I have not, and I actually wanted to point out that while the order of determination was very specific to a lot of the items, it actually had left out the most important portion of the record that I'm seeking, which is the unredacted call record itself. And I wrote to Administrator Peterson about it, and I did notice that I got an email saying that this was put back on the compliance meeting for the 1st. So I wanted to know if that was addressing that or not.
Yes, if it was part of our order of determination, yes, I would agree that that does need to be, or it was part of your request. and reflected, yes. And if it was left off of the agenda, it still needs to be provided.
Yeah, so as long as we're addressing that, but I haven't received anything from HSH at all since the order of termination, and I think the last date of production was sometime in February.
Okay. Okay. And is it Mr. Robinson here representing the department again?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Well, a member Phil, I just wanted to hear from everyone. Do you have a specific, can
Yeah,
we hear from everyone?
Yes, I just wanted to ask Mr. Cantarutti if you can expand on the statement that's in the packet.
Oh,
These
he said,
pages aren't numbered. Or maybe.
oh, he said he hadn't. So you
There
can
is a
see what's,
statement that's in the packet.
okay.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
I'm sorry. I get it. There were some pages that were added late and aren't page numbered. Is that correct, Ms. Peterson?
Yes.
Okay, so there's some unnumbered pages that are headed pre-hearing compliance statement dated June 13th.
Yes.
If you can just expand on that or highlight what's most important here, I think that would be helpful before we go to Mr. Robinson.
Okay, give me 1 second to pull that up.
What? No?
So I think we're talking about in the packet, it starts on page 13. Is that what we're talking about? The
Yeah.
pre-hearing compliance statement?
Yeah.
Yes.
I have it right here. I was just pulling it up.
Okay.
Okay, so basically on this file, the biggest missing part is the part that I said that I was just referencing that was not actually specifically put into the order of determination, which is the unredacted call log. That's really the focus of this entire complaint. And the things that were specified in the order of determination were also redacted and should be produced, but they missed the core part of the record, which was the call log, which had already been determined was should be produced. It was but it was omitted from the recent update to the order of determination. And so like I said, I wrote to Ms. Peterson about it, and I do see that this file got put back on for the July 1st meeting, and I want to clarify if that is to address that omission from the order of determination, because that is what I'm aside from not producing anything that this order of determination has specified, it also hasn't produced the call log, but I want to make sure that that is specified as to being their responsibility to produce.
Okay, thank you. If we could have the respondent. So, Mr. Cantarutti, thank you for your update. Hang on, sorry, what's up?
Mr. Cantarutti, I apologize. I don't believe I sent you an email, but I followed up on on your question about what the order of determination appeared to be missing, and confirmed that the order of determination as written was the choice. Just a moment. I'm sorry. I just missed my email here. Hold on. So I confirmed that there was not a request for an unredacted call log because some withholding may be justified under the CPRA or the Sunshine Ordinance, but that any portion of the call log entries that are exempt have to be kept to a minimum and justified with respect to the appropriate statutory authority, which is specified in the order.
Okay, I read the order. It seemed like it didn't specify that specifically. It referenced text messages, voicemails, and quote other communications, but I want to make sure that there is it leaves no room for interpretation, because it seems like the department is, choosing to interpretate non-disclosure. So I want to make sure that, it seemed pretty ambiguous in the order, especially because it starts off with unredacted text messages, which the department has already stated don't exist. They are not, that no longer exist. Maybe they can be found. I don't know, but these are it's kind of not addressing the main topic of the complaint, which, you could tell by prior submissions is the call log itself.
Okay, thank you. I think we can definitely talk about this. I would like to hear from the respondent. Is Mr. Robinson representing the department in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Robinson, tell us what additional records have been produced, if any.
There have been no new additional records produced.
Can you tell me why not?
There aren't any additional records. So
was a search conducted?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us how the search was conducted?
We reached out to our IT department. So what made this, I guess, a little bit challenging from our end is this staff member no longer works for the department. They left a little over a year ago. So we don't have access to data that would have otherwise have been on a phone that was assigned to them, because it's wiped. It doesn't exist. The only records that we have related to their communications were logs that are provided by the provider of the cellular service, which included, again, the call logs, the text logs.
I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
You sound a little bit underwater.
Sorry, I'm a little bit sick. But the only records that we have came from the provider of the cell service. We didn't have any explicit content or communications that otherwise would have been responsive to this record, because this staff member does not work for the department.
Okay, so it sounds like what you are referring to, which Mr. Cantarudi also talked about, is the call log. So did you provide the unredacted call log?
We did an additional review of the call log, and basically compared against both our department directory and then just citywide directory of any staff phone numbers that would be represented. Because I think at first, and I apologize, I didn't handle the first half of this specific request, we redacted any phone number that was not readily identifiable within our system, because this staff member specifically, their job was to work with folks on the street and connecting them to services on the ground. So the bulk of their communications were with potential and current clients at the time. After having gone to the task force and really reconsidered our stance on privacy, which we do maintain as, very much so on the side of protecting folks on the ground, I went back. I also asked if we had a directory to compare this against. I looked against the numbers. I did find some that were previous HSH staff, and took those redactions off. And then we also found some that were related to folks at other city departments, largely just DEM, being transparent, and removed those redactions, and then did provide that record. But that it didn't change from, no new record was essentially produced from the last release.
When was that last redacted call log provided?
The last log was provided in Portland.
Again, they've turned the privacy.
Hang on 1 second. We want to finish with Mr. Robinson, then we will come back to you.
Sure.
Thank you. It looks like that was actually prior to the last hearing. Was February 20th of this year.
Okay.
Okay. Member Pilpel, did you have a question about that?
I'm good.
Okay. So Mr. Cantarudi, so it sounds like you did receive a call log, but it's not unredacted. Do you understand why there are some redactions in that phone log?
So the only change from the first production to the second production is like three entries. The majority of the call log is still redacted. And it seems clear to me that they can't just, I mean, we touched on this in prior hearings, they can't just redact as a matter of, playing it safe because they think that it may, belong to so-and-so, on their assumption. But it is actually required upon them to identify a number that is able to be redacted and why. And so it seems like they've kind of flipped the requirement upside down and said, because we don't know who these numbers belong to, we're going to redact them, to be safe, which I think is, it seems pretty clear that that is not an acceptable practice. Likewise, there's the text message, I understand that the content of the text messages may not be available, but in that same document that they produced, they blacked out the entire log of text messages to, from, date, time, etc. They blacked out the entire section and labeled it non-responsive, which it was clearly responsive to this, within the scope of my request. And even in the second production, they just ignored it. So my position is that they need to be able to specify what numbers can be redacted and why. And if they just don't know who the number belongs to, then that isn't enough to redact. And then also it calls into question whether a phone number is just the digits and the call log itself is something that can be redacted for privacy, since it doesn't actually identify anybody or any, information that could be considered private.
Well, I mean, phone numbers that are known to be associated with specific people, like, there is an argument for that. Remember, Pill.
So let's dig into those two issues. Mr. Robinson, on the text messages, have you seen the unredacted text messages associated with the phone number?
No, I have not.
Okay. Has somebody at the department? Because it sounds like, and I recall seeing both redacted phone log, and I think I saw redacted messages. Do you know who did the redaction review, both for the phone numbers and for the messages?
Yeah, at the time it was my supervisor, who's in a different role currently, but I was out dealing with family issues when this was being fulfilled. But yeah.
That's Dylan, right?
Correct.
Okay. Have you conversed about this matter and asked about the redaction review? Can you get the unredacted records and be able to tell us, at least in general terms, about the content of the messages, not revealing anything that's protected, but just this one was about a client and hooking them up with services. This was something else, whatever, just a general description so that we can better evaluate the appropriateness of the redaction?
Unfortunately, no. Again, the only reference to text messages that we have is this log that came from the cellular service provider. I did again with Dylan.
So I don't have those underlying documents right in front of me. So what is the content of the log as to the text messages? What information is there?
My understanding is it's phone numbers, and that this was again also reviewed against the directories that we had access to.
Okay. Then let's put that aside for a moment. On this central question of how you reconcile your obligations to disclose and to maintain privacy, where you have uncertainty about some of the called or messaged phone numbers, relate to us again how you have resolved that and going forward, how you intend to deal with these things?
My understanding up until this reopening of this case is that we were standing on the side of maintaining privacy. I've literally just been advised to uphold that as a standard specifically with this issue, because this former staff member mainly worked with clients and folks on, like, that was the primary use of their phone. If I'm understanding your question correctly.
No, I think we're all in the same language here. I mean, I guess I'm sort of separating it in my mind that there are different ways to slice and dice the past, particularly with a former employee, limited access to telecom info, that sort of thing, versus going forward, if you were to receive a similar request now, or how your folks are operating on the street today, this week, if there's a way that they can flag either that you can identify phone calls in or out from city staff people or city contractors, as opposed to clients or client service providers. And if there's a better way to similarly flag messages. I mean, it seems like someone who's calling their supervisor or manager saying, hey, I've been out here for 4 hours. I need a rest. I need to go get lunch or something, is different from, I ran into this guy. He's all strung out on question mark. We need to get him, her, it, whatever, to a service provider ASAP. That's kind of a different message.
I agree with that. I think that's the same standard that we apply to looking at just communications such as like email or Teams messages, for example.
Right.
But with this, we just didn't have access to it. And again, this record that we were able to find is from almost a little over 2 years ago, going on 3 years now.
Right. But do you have a better way now of, for lack of a better term, segregating those records or pieces of information that can, should, or must be disclosed, as opposed to those that can't, shouldn't, and won't be disclosed?
Yes.
I'm listening. Tell me more.
Yeah, I just feel like the issue with this more so lies in not having those types of records. It's not even a matter of reviewing records for what is client related to clients on the ground or navigating, providing services. It's just we did not have that record. If we did, one, I think we would definitely review them. We would collect them, and also we would rely heavily on the staff member that does that work to also fill in knowledge gaps. But that doesn't apply in this case.
Okay. Well, then maybe let me pass it back to Mr. Cantarutti. Given what you've heard, what you know about all of this, we can continue asking about it and beating this and slicing and dicing for a while. I'm not sure that we're going to get more or better or new information. Again, knowing what you've heard, what is it that you really want us to do, not just what's in your compliance statement? I think we're aware of HSH and their sort of competing demands and how they think that they're dealing with them. I don't know that we need to create a new file on this. I don't know at this point that we need to refer this to some other place. I'm just trying to figure out what it is that we can actually do.
Sure. So the standard that I am understanding that I should be expecting is that numbers that, like we said, that they're not sure of, or they don't have can't identify, should be disclosed, unless they can point to a specific individual that it belongs to and then say, this is why that should be redacted. And then also that should be provided in some sort of log, which they haven't done either. They produced a log that was like 2 sentences just pointing to the codes. So without that type of log to say, line item such and such belonged to a person that was protected because of this, and then some sort of reference to that, maybe a third party, such as this committee or something, could reference and say, okay, now we can at least see that there's a reason. But it seems to me that that they're just choosing to, if they're not able to identify it and against their city roster or whatever, they're redacting it just to be safe. And I think that that is not acceptable. The text log that I'm talking about is not about, we're not evaluating content. I'm simply asking for the log in the record that they already produced, blocked out. So I don't think that a reasonable person would think that, every single text message that is provided in the document that you have in front of you warrants a redaction. And I think that basically I just want information from that document revealed and scrutinized in a legitimate way with some sort of ability for either me or an appropriate third party, such as this committee or whatever need be, able to verify those redactions that are for some legitimacy. Because I think that the department has other, motivations for the information that they disclose, and is not, that can be an argument for another time. But how can we be sure that they are actually applying their redaction method appropriately?
So unfortunately, we don't have in-camera review. So we, we can't.
What you're asking for isn't quite happening in the way that you're
Yeah.
looking for it.
So we can't look at what is being redacted and tell you, yes, that was appropriate or inappropriate. We
Okay.
we
I
depend
thought
on this. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought the gentleman was asking for that with the text messages, something that they could review and see if it was appropriate. That seems like what
They
he was
can
asking
review.
for.
We can't review.
Right. I think here's where I'm leaning on this right this moment. And, this is very fluid right now.
Yeah.
I am interested in HSH making their own new list of each phone number that hasn't or that's been redacted and trying to sort through it. If you haven't already, then running that against known city phone numbers. If you haven't already, run that against known client phone numbers. I mean, if you identify a phone number as being a client, then I think it's fine, at least for me, to redact that and next to it, list it as client, that's a client phone number. That's cool. If you've got client service providers and there's some good reason not to disclose who they are, I'm not sure how much I like that redaction, but I think you could put next to that client service provider, right? So that we're narrowing down what isn't being disclosed or what's being redacted and giving a better reason for it, rather than just some blanket, we're not sure, and therefore we're going to err on the side of privacy, which is what didn't wash with the task force and continues to not work for this committee, I think. And then at the end of the day, if you still have 5 phone numbers that you can't figure out, somebody may need to, cold call them and say, excuse me, we're trying to figure out a public records request. This is the Department of HSH. Can you just tell me who this is? And if someone answers, try to figure out if that's a staff person, a client service provider, or,
Or just disclose it.
Right, whoever, whatever. Anyway, that's where I'm going.
I definitely think that's a step. I definitely think that's a step in the right direction.
No.
And sorry, go ahead.
Well, that just seems to me like, or something along those lines, is an appropriate burden for the department to get past the we can't, we're not sure, and we're going to err on the side of privacy.
Member Anderson, what are you thinking on this?
I don't know how we're gonna get around it. If you got unknown phone numbers and you've got a phone that was used by someone who did public contact, and we're saying that those persons that they may have, individuals they may have come in contact with, supplied them with the phone number or text message them. How many individuals are we talking about here? We're talking about 10 as far as the department would have to contact, or are we talking about 100?
Actually, that's a good question. Mr. Robinson, how many numbers are we talking about?
I'm happy to go back and just review the record to confirm that. At this time, I'm not sure.
I think it was like 2.5 pages, and I didn't count the number, but it seemed to me like it was 50 plus or minus. It wasn't 5 or 10, but it wasn't hundreds. It seemed to me like it was.
And do we know
50.
where some of those duplicates? So maybe it was.
It's possible that there are a smaller number that are unduplicated.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could be off by a little, but I don't think I'm off by that much. It was only 2.5 pages.
Is that, do you have any procedures on exactly how you identify persons? Mr. Robinson, how you identify persons that are not members of the department or not members of the city or not members or employed by agencies that are doing business with, that could narrow down the scope?
To be honest with you, this request is calling that concept into question for us. I think in my experience so far, I've only dealt with that with respect to email communications and looking at who the signatures or the email contact itself belongs to. And typically we're looking to see, like, is this, an sfgov.org email? Is it a provider email? Is it HUD? 9 times out of 10, if there's a client email, it's not related to or affiliated to any organization, so to speak, or unless it's like, media requester, law firm, etc. But as it relates to this specific issue, like cell phone numbers on our call log, no. And this is the first time this has come up for me.
Okay.
Members, what are we going to do at this point?
I think we're all noodling through this. I don't think there's a clear path right this second.
I would like to point out, though, it seems like that the general overall trend that I've noticed in from other complaints, that it seems like this is not just an issue that's specific to my request, that there is a pattern in practice that is in place there that is denying, requesters the information that they're looking for.
Well,
And I think that very few people go through the lengths that I am in order to achieve accountability for that. But it just seems like this is going on, as a matter of standard practice.
yeah, well, Mr. Candaruti, I mean, I one of the problems here is that some of the records you're requesting involve someone who is no longer employed by the city, and so the city does not have access to, though the records may exist, the city no longer has access to them.
So I'm just asking for the record that they're already producing. They've already produced the record and shown that they have it. They just applied their own redactions to it.
Oh, I see. You are talking specifically about this call log and that, yeah, I mean,
I think it's difficult to justify the amount of redactions, especially, I've put in multiple requests around this issue, trying to narrow the scope, make sure that it's specified correctly, and as you can see, because the 25134 is actually a follow-up to a prior request, and it was my attempt to narrow it down to make sure that they had was only getting the information that I was looking for, and still, no matter which way you attack it, they don't produce anything different.
I have a question, and maybe, and you don't have to answer this, but I'm just trying to figure out like what you need. What are you hoping, what information do you need that you think is being withheld? Like maybe we could help you get at this in some other way.
Yep.
Sure. I mean, without going into detail, I'm trying to get verification of communications between the user of that number to other city staffs, and regardless of department or operation, I'm trying to get verification of communications between this phone number and other staff,
Okay,
other
so
other
you
employees,
actually,
contractors, etc. And that also in the DEM order determination, there was a carve out that was for contractors that was missing in this OOD that I think might be important, because it would also be going into that. I just want communications, verification of communications, times, dates between this phone number and other city workers and contractors.
so you actually are, so the city doesn't want to give you the phone numbers of private individuals, and you are not seeking the phone numbers of private individuals. You want the city to figure out which phone numbers belong to employees
And contract.
and contractors. Okay.
And I want to make sure that no city, that those numbers that are obviously in the public interest are not somehow being missed and redacted as a matter of being safe. Oh, we're not sure. Maybe this is their personal line. Maybe this is whatever, a contractor, right? And so I want to make sure those aren't getting slipped into the protected persons category. I'm not after any protected persons at all.
Mhm.
I just want to make sure that I'm getting a thorough account of the employee communications.
Can I propose a solution? Because we've already
Sure.
reviewed these documents against current HSH staff and past HSH staff, contact information, and then other city departments. Does the complainant, would you happen to have a specific set of contractors that you're looking to see as having communications with the department?
I don't think at this point, I don't know if it's appropriate for me to get specific in that at this time, just because I'm not necessarily prepared to answer that. But I don't think I should need to if the existence of phone calls to other employees or contractors are there. I shouldn't have to point to which ones for them to be unredacted. They should be unredacted, and then I can evaluate their value as I see fit.
I guess I'm just saying that because we don't have like a log of all of our contractors that either HSH or our providers have worked with. So I'm trying to find a better solution for being able to compare that against, like we did have a directory for staff.
So I guess in my position is an absence of that. That is not, I think the onus still falls on the department to disclose. If they don't have some sort of practice in place to protect themselves in this situation, then obviously it hasn't been that important, or it hasn't, or for whatever reason. But absent of that, the number should be disclosed. It's a phone number. It's not a name. It's not, content. I'm asking for digits, timestamps, dates.
So, Mr. Robinson, I'm looking at the call log, and I am a little bit confused because I'm not seeing any numbers made visible.
That was the first pass. I don't think we saw the
Oh,
second
we didn't get the
version.
second version. Okay, so that's why
I believe it was submitted in one of our hearings as and it did get submitted at some point, but
Okay.
But basically it's what you're seeing, and then with like maybe I think 3 phone numbers that were actually unredacted, and one of them was a repeated number, but the majority of it remained the same. And so I can submit it again if for further review, but I'm pretty sure that it's in one of the packets somewhere.
Okay, I'm scrolling through the packets. I might be able to find it.
Because they might not flagged because they look so similar because they're mostly
Right.
redacted.
I'm still somewhat interested in HSH taking the unredacted list of phone numbers, even if it means creating a new document for their purposes, not necessarily for disclosure, but to figure out how many, what was the term that you used? Unduplicated
Mhm.
phone numbers there are, and trying to narrow down what might be subject to disclosure. I mean, if we've already figured out that 3 of them are subject to disclosure, great. If we can figure out that, you know, some number of them really are clients, and those aren't going to be disclosed, I'm okay with that. And, you know, if we can whittle that down to either, you know, client not to be disclosed, city employee or contractor, yes, to be disclosed, and possibly service provider or other. I mean, I think there's a way, somehow I believe that there's a way to work through this. And I just see Mr. Robinson sitting down, you know, for a while with Ms. Schneider to sort through this and figure out how they're going to get out of this one. I somehow just don't feel like we're done with this tonight. I don't feel like the department is, I don't feel like the department has complied. I don't feel like the department is trying to obstruct, but I think we need to give some better direction to get out of this. And I don't, at this point, I don't favor sending this to ethics or some other place. I don't think that helps get Mr. Condarudi what he's looking for.
No, definitely not ethics.
So we're looking for a creative solution here.
Mr. Robinson, what's your creative solution? Do we still have audio?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm gonna get through it. I think as a practice, being able to go back and have some type of reference for contractors would be helpful, potentially for requests such as this, which is the first one I'm seeing.
Mhm.
Because as you
Here's-
mentioned, I'm not trying to obstruct. It's just
Yeah,
some-
no,
it's
here's
out.
here's a question. You know, Mr. Cantarudi, are you looking for contractors who worked on specific projects? And is this a matter of going back to certain divisions within the department and asking for a contractor call log? Or not call log, a
Well-
contractor phone list?
well, So I'm interested in the communications that this individual had with other operational personnel, whether they be contractors or city employees, which are they're both. So I don't want to limit it to one category. I know that this individual had communications with both of these categories of personnel
Mhm.
within this targeted period of time. And I have personal knowledge that calls were made during the redact portions that were to other personnel. That's why I'm so suspect about it, because I was witness to these conversations. I know that this person that was in possession or use of this device called other staff in reference to what we were working on, reference to me and my situation. And so when I got the call log, I immediately, and even the second iteration, I can look at it and say, well, hey, I was with this person at this time. I was witness to these conversations, so I know that they happened.
Right. You related some of that to the task force previously. I remember hearing that.
Okay. So, and that is obviously the thing that I focus it on the most, but I don't want it to remove the obligation to require anything that is outside of that scope if it is still, should be disclosed. Because there may be other things that become of interest. I'm trying to get, an understanding of what I can verify, so that way I can determine whether it's of interest to me or not. So there's obviously some stuff that I already know that I can verify from my own experience and being a witness, and there may be things that are of interest that I'm not aware of, and I would hope that that's not the department's basis for maybe applying these redactions. But I'm not here to really opine or comment on that in particular. I just want to make sure that what I'm getting from the department is a list of communications between parties that should be disclosed.
Okay.
Oh, and then also, if I'm misunderstanding the ordinance some way, in that, please feel free to point those errors out. But it seems to me that, I said, aside from being able to point to specific line items that fall under the privacy laws for redaction, that anything else should be disclosed.
Yeah, I think you've generally got that. So, Madam Chair?
Mhm.
Okay, so we've been on this one so far for 45 minutes. We've got 5 more things to deal with tonight.
Yeah, I think we need to wrap this up.
I am not satisfied on this one right now. I don't have the best solution. I offered a couple of thoughts earlier. I am open to continuing this. I would like HSH to do some more work on this with whatever unredacted information they have to figure out further what they can produce and provide. They may decide that, the cheapest, easiest course for them is to find this person that no longer works for the city and, sit down with that person for some short period of time and go through the call log and say, can you remember some of these folks? Which of these folks appear to be city staff or contractors? That's all we want to talk about here, and nail that down. And if they have to, spend some effort to make that happen, that may just be the simplest. It's not great, and I don't want to order that, but I want to suggest that they consider their range of options to do something more than what they've done.
Mr. Robinson, I have one more question. So we haven't seen, or we don't have in our file, or I can't find it, the unredacted, or excuse me, the redacted call log, the less redacted call log. So I'm not sure how many numbers are visible, but I'm assuming that the numbers are visible, but you have not associated these with specific people for Mr. Cantarutti, or have you? Have you provided him with the phone lists that he could cross-reference?
Yeah, I can send a copy of that right now to Patricia if you'd like.
Mr. Cantarutti, would that be helpful for you?
Oh no, I'm sorry, that was me responding. I'm saying that I can send a copy of this, of the less redacted version right now if you would like to look
to us. I think that's less important. So
we'll see that in the fullness of time.
Mr. Robinson, are you able to send to, or Mr. Cantarutti, have you received any of these lists of city employees, and would that be useful to you or not in particular?
That could be useful. Yes, it would. I have not been provided that. I requested it, and been told that they do not hold such directory. But if they do, if they come up with it or produce one or create one, that would be helpful. Obviously, it's pretty obvious the departments and the scope that I'm interested in. But if they want to produce more than that I can go through, that's fine too. That's I said a step in the right direction, because so far we've gotten no movement at all for some time anyway.
Okay.
But if I could get a phone log for the departments in question, that would be great. That is likely to produce what I'm looking for. But the second part to that is that I'm not just looking for the person and their number. I need to verify the communication between this number and that number. So again, I'm still going to need the call log unredacted.
I'm just going to move to continue this matter to the call of the chair and leave it at that for now. If there's a second.
I can second that.
Okay. Yeah, I think we need to continue this because we have other things on the agenda. And I'd like to ask Mr. Robinson if there's anything more that you can do to help verify some of those numbers. Just verify that they are clients or something, and provide an updated annotated version. Perhaps that will move us closer to resolving this.
Yeah, I'm happy to look into that, see if I can get more information.
Okay.
About potential contractors and maybe reaching out to the former staff member.
I'm sorry, Mr. Robinson, I couldn't hear the last part of your statement.
And potentially getting in contact with the former staff member.
Thank you.
If you could do that, I mean, it sounds like that might be the one thing that could answer a lot of questions.
Again, I would start with a meeting with Dylan and try to come up with a plan.
Okay.
When you're feeling well, please feel better.
Yeah. Okay, so we had a motion and a second.
Yes, we
Let's open it for public comment. Oh,
Can I
sorry.
get a confirmation? What will enable us to come back to a follow-on meeting? What is to be produced in order to come back to another meeting?
Fewer redactions and, if possible, annotations on the call log. Fewer redactions on the call log. Yeah.
And text log. It's all within the same document.
I can't hear what you're saying.
Text log.
And the text log, yes.
Mr. Robinson, is that something that you and I can follow up on?
Yes.
Okay. And Chair LaHood, what are the conditions for not coming back?
I think we're coming back. I mean, if a fully or a significantly unredacted and or redacted but annotated call log that confirms that those numbers belong to clients, not to the employees or contractors.
So only if that's received do we return?
No, if that's not received. If that's not received, we return.
Correct. If that is only if that is received, will we return?
No, will we not return?
I think only if the petitioner closes the case do we not come back on this. If the
There we go.
petitioner is satisfied and says to you that they've closed the case, then we close the file. Absent that, and that seems unlikely, then I think we're back at it in 2 months.
All right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Taking public comment on item 9. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one at the podium. One hand raised. Hello, caller. Do you wish to make public comment on item 9?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Chair LaHood, the time, please.
3 minutes.
All right. Caller, your 3 minutes begins now.
Sort of a nebulous thing. Hard to keep a grip on it as a listener, but I'm studying it for the methodology of Davaris and his crew over there. I see withholding. I see overprotection consistent with what I've experienced. That's in contrivance to the SO. It's supposed to be minimal. protection, minimal redaction, minimal everything. Let the thing flow. It's not yours. It doesn't belong to HSH. It doesn't belong to Tavares. It's taxpayer work product by these employees. But no, they've got a little fiefdom there, little principality, these little departments, and they're all protecting each other. What I would say to this person requesting is that you don't have to tell them why. That's in the ordinance, why you want these documents. But like LaHood was saying, remember LaHood, Chairwoman LaHood, it would just help us. My view was like that. Okay, I'm anonymous. I tell you why I want this, and on and on and on, just to get to the bottom of it. But I would say for Tavares, you got to up your game. You are getting paid money. You're employed by the city. You're a full-time employee and stuff. You have an obligation. This is what you're getting paid money for, to do the job right by the taxpayers, not hiding. But here's the thing: you're getting lured into Tavares this habit, and when the feds come in, as I've been predicting, it's been coming exactly as I've been talking about. I even was talking about Supervisor Sherrill about this. Don't lie to the FBI. That's what I told them. They're looking at this. U.S. Attorney Mikasayan here up in the Northern District. They're not. They know. They're very smart people. They know what obstruction looks like. They know what it sounds like, and they're gonna figure you out instantly. And then you're going to be in big trouble if you don't play ball like you're supposed to with the law. And they know what's supposed to be there, and that's back to this thing. But you're hiding, and what should be there, but you're saying isn't. They've got that figured. And judges are also very sensitive to this. So you're giving yourself a false sense of security, in my view, by hiding for this interdepartmental sort of politics and everybody's covering their rear end. It's the opposite probably occurred. They're working on Southern California right now. After that, this task force, and I heard the U.S. Attorney from the South talking about this just recently, homeless industrial complex out of his mouth. They're going for the fraud. So my in conclusion, you better
Thank you,
up your
caller.
game.
That concludes your time.
Thank you.
Well said. Well said. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment?
We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, please call the vote.
Taking the vote on item 9, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Wolf absent. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. 1 absent, 3 ayes. Motion passes. Thank you, parties. Item number 10. File number 26019, complaint filed by Min Tantaruti against the Department of Emergency Management for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On March 17, 2026, the Complaint Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and forwarded the matter to the consent agenda with a recommendation to find that the Department of Emergency Management violated Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21 by failing to respond in a timely manner. The Complaint Committee noted that the respondent acknowledged a timeliness violation and that there are still records to produce, ordered the respondent to do so, and asked that the matter be referred to a committee for compliance. The Complaint Committee further noted that proper response includes seeking external contractor documents under the constructive possession obligation set forth in the case Community Youth Action Center versus National City case. The citation is 220 Cal App 4th, 13-85, and the year was 2013.
It's actually just 1385. There's no dash.
Citation.
On April 1, 2026, the task force adopted the consent agenda and the recommendations of the complaint committee regarding file 26019, which was item 11. On May 6, 2026, the order of determination was approved.
Okay, do we have, I believe we have the petitioner here, who is speaking for the respondent.
We have respondent present. Michaela, I apologize. I cannot remember your last name.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, I apologize. This is Administrator Peterson. I can't remember your last name.
No worries, Michaela Leonardi.
Parties are present.
And was that, I'm sorry, could you say your name again? Michaela Dionarti?
Leonardi L.
Leonardi,
No.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's hear from Mr. Cantarutti first. Have you received additional production?
I have not.
Okay. Ms. Leonardi, can you tell me, has the department produced any additional records?
Yes, we have. We are
Okay.
currently working on a batch of 60 plus pages that's under redaction review. And I also have a hold of 100 pages that I've received that I'm going through currently, reading them and going through the redaction process. The latest batch was about 60 pages long. And it was, that's part of all the batches that we have sent, which include 8 batches at least in total, with around the same length each.
Okay. Okay, you've sent these, but Mr. Cantarutti, there's explain the disconnect here. Ms. Leonardi says she's sending records and you say you're not receiving records. What's going on?
So I have received a few batches in the, in the last month, but there hasn't been any production since the OOD was finalized. And the last batch of production I received were scoped wrong. They were records from that the year was wrong. It was, from 2024 instead of 23 or something like that. So that was the last batch. I definitely haven't received 8 batches altogether. I think we're at somewhere maybe around 4 batches. And like I said, the last one was completely, incorrectly scoped. And I brought that to their attention. They said that, oh, we see that, we see what you're talking about, and you'll have records produced in the next week. And that was, I think, at least a month ago.
Okay, so sorry, go ahead.
But that also it leaves a fair portion of records still outstanding. And also the records produced have gaps in them where there should be records. They'll have a record, a certain document, and it'll be for these 3 months, and then right in the middle there will be records just absent. And then also they've just completely ignored full categories of records requested.
Okay, Ms. Leonardi, I'm wondering if, in your counting, you said you're working on some, so you have those and you're working on them, but they haven't been delivered to Mr. Cantarutti. Are you counting some of those batches that are still in production and not yet delivered?
No, I'm not counting the batches that I have not delivered to Mr. Cantarutti as the 8 batches that I have produced. The 5 requests that came through from Mr. Cantarutti, dating back to, I think, January is the first time that I started working on his case. That was given to me by my supervisor. The January was the first time that I provided records there were easy records. There were things like org chart. Could easily just send it. So, and the records that we are talking about now that take a lot longer, that there was a misunderstanding with my staff about the timeline in one of the batches, that Mr. Cantarucci was kind enough to let us know, and was super kind about it. And it was, I think, in January, February, March, April, I think. He let us know there was a batch, had the wrong timeline. And I provided another batch after that. That one's the one that has about 50 plus, if not more. I want to undershoot myself here to make sure I'm accurate. Pages in records. Each record has field data information notes that have a lot of PII, race of folks, very much like identifiable data, as DM obviously usually has in the records. And I went through all of them. They go through myself, my supervisor, and to make sure that we are not over redacting anything, and that Mr. Cantarucci can have transparency and everything he needs. But besides this batch that it has the accurate in deadline date range, I have a batch of records that I already redacted, recommendations of redactions that I provided to my supervisor, and it's under review. And when they're approved, then they can be sent out to Mr. Cantarucci. And at the same time, while not even waiting for those to be approved, I'm already working on another batch, because I want to make sure that the production keeps moving. And this has been going on for a lot of months. So I also want to close this out and make sure that Mr. Cantarucci has everything he needs. And if he has all the responsive records that I was able to find and through DEM, and he still is not satisfied, then maybe you can talk about what else can I provide to him to make sure that he has everything he needs for, his case and etc.
Let me ask you a question. Based on the pace at which you've been able to go through things, and assuming your supervisor can respond fairly quickly, how much longer do you think it will be until you've completed what you think is your full list of responsive records delivered to Mr. Cantarucci?
I would say a couple months.
A couple months. So
yeah, just to make sure it's thorough.
Is a couple months you will be finished in August, or a couple months you'll be finished in September?
I would say that if the way that I do things is that I have all the records that I've asked from various team members at DEM, and then I go through all of them, redact them, send them to Mr. Cantarucci or whoever the requester is, but then I also go back to those folks and I make sure to close it out properly and say, hey, make sure you don't have anything else in your personal phone, your private phone, and your laptop that you might use on the side. Please make sure you've given me everything. So for that to happen, I'm happy to just close it out with what I have and not make sure that we are actually digging all the way to the bottom of the barrel. But again, it really depends on I like to be thorough. So
okay, and let's assume that Mr. Cantarucci also wants you to be thorough. In order to do that, how long do you estimate, based, you've been working on this for a while, given your current pace, do you think you can finish this in August or in September?
I think that's a good approximation. I think August, September is the right amount.
Okay. Okay. Members, what questions do you have?
I guess the only question I have on this one is why it's taking so long. The original request was December 30th of 25. The task force went through its process and made a determination in April. That was 2.5 months ago. I understand that it takes a while to review for redaction. It sounds like there's some amount of documents that are or records that are in the queue. But other departments with, similar privacy concerns and other concerns generally don't take as long. And I think our normal practice is when we issue an order that's to be complied with within 5 days. It certainly has not been complied with within 5 days. It's still in progress. It may be another 2 months or more. So I guess the pace is a concern. And I think we've heard before from Ms. Thornhill about the staffing and resource constraints at DEM. I have to believe that this is not the only records request that they're dealing with. And so, limiting the amount of time spent on this to a certain amount per day or per week makes sense. But ultimately, it seems like DEM is probably under-resourced for public records. And so I'm just concerned about the timeliness of production.
Okay, I'm going to jump in with one other question, but then I do want to hand off to Member Anderson if she has a question. Mr. Cantarutti mentioned gaps in production. Ms. Leonardi, can you explain why there are gaps? Why it may seem as though things are being produced and then there's a space that doesn't follow logically. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you asked. So the way that I receive the records, I just download the usually emails that have attachments and an email also. So when one downloads all of those, sometimes they don't download in order of date. But I have a checklist making sure that I know that how many actual days Mr. Cantarutti is asking for, and I'm making sure and crossing every time I download a specific date to make sure that at the end of the production, when all of this ends in a couple of months, he has everything. And then I would like to go back to make sure that, let's say there's a Tuesday, these are field notes. So if a Tuesday doesn't have field notes, why is that Tuesday like not a record that I produced to Mr. Cantarutti? I want to have a reason. I want to make sure that he has everything. Maybe it was a holiday. Okay, that's fine then. If it's not a holiday, I want to go back to the employee that provided me with the notes, the field notes, and make sure that I ask for those dates. So maybe a manual lookup might be necessary.
Okay, thank you. Member Anderson, do you have any questions on this?
I was just wondering to the respondent, was there ever a schedule set up with Mr. Cantarutti indicating how these records were going to flow out to him? In other words, you'll receive something every week or every 8 days or every 10 days. And then if that didn't occur, then you would go back to him and say, the delay is because of something, so that there was a constant update and there was a constant flow of information. Is there any specific scheduling set up?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. I'm looking at the email thread that I have, or a couple email threads that I have with him. The last email that I see is me sending records to him, and he did not respond to that. So he has not requested like, hey, like time check or anything like that. But I'm also checking and seeing if there was a specific cadence provided. I think it has, but I just can't find it right now. I think the promise is that at least we provide a good solid batch every month, and DM gets this kind of size of records requests daily, like 1 to 3 daily. So we are used to making sure that we get back to folks and we put in our calendar to make sure that we are constantly communicating with folks. But I don't see in this email thread, but I can look for if there's a cadence, and if I'm pretty sure we didn't miss the cadence yet.
Thank you.
Member Hillfeld.
Sorry, it's been a number of hours and we still have more things to get to. And I admit I'm getting a little tired. I think on this one, once again, I would like to continue. I think
Yeah.
we don't, we're sort of in one of those, they're going through it slowly. They're not complying, but they're also not clearly complying. So I think I would like to put a clock on this one and try to get this one done by mid-August.
Let's say this, we want this completed by our next meeting.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If we set mid-August, that we want a compliance report from the department on mid-August for our packet for
Right.
the August agenda, that encourages them as strongly as we can to get this done in the next 7 weeks. And it seems to me like it's not a brand new request. They know what the universe is. And the other thing I would ask is that from now until production is completed, that documents be provided on a rolling basis with either documents or an update or both, at least weekly. I really want to see this.
So you're
moving
saying
along.
even if the batches are smaller,
Yep.
you want something sent to Mr. Contarudi every week?
I think so. Yeah. I think he's been waiting, and I think he's been good and patient, and he doesn't seem to be yelling and screaming, and that's good. And let's wrap this up. They know the universe of stuff here.
Let me ask, Ms. Leonardi, would it be possible to send Mr. Contarudi smaller batches on a weekly basis?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let's do that, and let's try to get this done by the next Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting in August. Mr. Contarudi, would that help to have more frequent production, so at least you can see that it truly is rolling production and you're getting new batches every week?
Sure, that would definitely help. And I'd also like to point out that there is a little bit difficulty tracking the production, because it seems like every batch that I get, they'll all be named document A1 through A10, and then the next batch will come, and those will also be A1 through A10. So when it comes to tracking the different documents, I think that is making it extremely difficult, because if I could just go search, I can't search it by, okay, was this date produced? Was this document produced? Because it'll have the same name as a document that's completely different from a different production, because they're all the A1 through A10, which seems to be, each production kind of has that labeling, A1 through A10, and then that will be one batch. And then next month, I'll get A1 through A10 again. So I had written voicing that, concern, just making sure that I'm able to track what is being sent, and that
maybe you guys can work together, and in the weekly update,
Sure.
DEM can specify what's being provided, what they have that they aren't yet providing but they're reviewing, and track things and refer to them in a different way. I'll let you guys start.
Well, I was going to say, I don't think we can tell Ms. Leonardi how to do it, but it might make your job simpler at the end of the day, so you don't have to go back through and cross-reference with records that have similar names.
Right, and also I don't want to misinform what has been produced and what hasn't, if it's just hard to find, or whatever.
Right, exactly.
But I'm more than happy to work with the department, and as long as I'm getting results.
Okay.
Do you want to make the motion on this?
No, I'm going to let you all make the motions.
Okay, I move to continue this matter to our next meeting in August. And during this time, do I have to be specific as to what?
Yeah, continue the meeting and request that the department produce records weekly in smaller batches on a weekly
basis.
Yeah.
With a status.
With a status update before our meeting in August, the scheduled meeting in August. get that to Administrator Peterson?
Moved by Member Anderson, seconded by Member Pilpel to continue the matter to the August meeting. The department is to produce records on a weekly basis with a status update for the scheduled meeting in August. Is the status update to be delivered to the task force weekly?
I think no.
No,
I think we just want the big report at the end,
yeah.
but we want them to communicate weekly.
Thank you.
Could we also note that the batches will be smaller? Just want to make sure.
Yes,
yes.
yes,
Thank you.
that's fine.
But
Do you
high
want the word
quality.
Smaller in the order, or just that the updates will be provided weekly?
I think just that the updates will be provided weekly and there's an understanding between the parties that they'll be smaller.
Yeah.
Thank you. Taking public comment on item 10. If you are in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one wishing to make public comment. Taking the vote. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf absent. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. 3 ayes, 1 absent. Motion passes.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, parties.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 11, file 26029. Complaint filed by Monica Drogopoulos against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On May 6, 2026, the task force found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and found that the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency violated Administrative Code Section 67.21B by failing to provide public records in a timely and/or complete manner, and that Cal Evidence Code Section 1040 did not apply in this situation as a valid exemption because the respondent stated that the records in question would have been considered public prior to the start of the Equal Employment Opportunity investigation. The task force ordered the disclosure of all requested records not otherwise exempt by attorney-client privilege or other legal exemption, and referred the matter to a committee for compliance.
Okay, so do we have both parties present? Oh, there's one more line, sorry.
Doesn't matter.
On June 3rd, the task force approved the order of determination.
Okay.
Petitioner has been added as a panelist. Let me check the packet and see if there was word from
MTA.
MTA.
Looks like there was a notice sent, but there's nothing in the packet from MTA. Could we maybe get a backup person other than Caroline? And send to at least 2 people at MTA? They're a big agency and
Is there anyone, is there a respondent?
We have hands raised. One moment, please. I don't believe we can direct a department to provide a certain number of staff.
Yeah. Is there a respondent here now?
Hello, caller. Are you here for the department in item 11?
Yes, this is Caroline Salaya, and there should be at least one, maybe two other staff persons that may be able to speak more directly to the records. They may also be present.
Thank you, Ms. Alea. I see initials MJ.
That's our staff, yes, for this item.
Perfect. Thank you. Promoting both of you to the role of panelist. One moment, please. Two individuals from the department and petitioner are panelists.
Okay, great. Let's start with Ms. Georgopoulos. Have you received additional records?
Good evening. I did receive documents, however, they're not the documents that I was requesting.
What did you receive?
I received emails that were just general in speaking about the recruitment process, but I requested interview score sheets, evaluator notes, handwritten notes, interview assessments, ranking matrices, candidate rankings, deliberation records, or candidate-specific communications explaining how the selection decision was made. And I received none of those.
Okay. Ms. Salaya, can you tell us about what has been produced and why other records have not been produced?
Actually, I can't speak to the record, so I'm going to defer to MJ, or I believe Annie Knight is also present.
Okay.
Yes, I see an Annie. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I do see an Annie. Do you mind if I check? Hello, caller. Are you here as a representative for the department in item 11? And I have unmuted the telephone of Annie. Hi, Annie, are you there? Chair LaHood, I'm not going to promote Annie until I have a response.
Okay.
Annie, I am muting your phone.
And the other person is, do we have some?
Wait a minute. Hello,
Hello?
caller with an unidentified name. Are you here for the department in item 11?
Yes. Hi, this is Annie Knight.
Hi, Annie. One moment. I'm going to promote you to panelist. Parties are present.
Okay. Ms. Knight, are you able to respond to my question about what has been produced and what hasn't, and maybe an explanation regarding what hasn't been produced?
So let me see here. I feel like I produced everything that was asked, and if there is something that is missing, it's because we don't have that document. I'm not sure what she's looking for. Can she be more specific?
Yeah, so actually
let me go through what she's looking for.
Yeah, in this case, part of the problem was, I think that the department had argued that there was an exemption, but the records would have been considered public prior to the start of the equal employment opportunity investigation. So we need the disclosure of all of the requested records not otherwise exempt by attorney-client privilege or other legal exemption. So,
okay.
Ms. Georgopoulos,
I'm looking at.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'm looking at what she's asking for. Emails, memoranda, notes, text messages, calendar items, those that are connected with the 8219 recruitment, which I believe I submitted or uploaded to next request. All communications referring to discussing my interview issued. Again, I think, and the decision communicated to me that I was not selected. I don't remember seeing anything about that. I did disclose the scoring sheet, and it showed her ranking. So she has that. All communications involving or referencing my marital relationship to Elias Rodopoulos. I did not see anything else. I didn't see any communication on that. At least the items that were sent to me. I mean, what staff does is they send me the information, and I go through the documents, and I redact and withhold. I did withhold I understand. Let me look at what I'm going to say next. Sorry.
Sure.
I did withhold documents based on test questions, scoring keys, and examination data based on, I believe, California Government Code Section 6254G. Those were withheld. Let me go back to the list of what she's asking. Communications involving, it looks like a bunch of managers by discussing her candidacy. I don't have anything that was sent to me regarding what she's looking for there. Documents reflecting discussion, proposal, or decision to eliminate or terminate the officer manager position that I held at the time of my interview and non-selection. I don't have any documents that for that number either. I disclosed everything that was sent to me.
Member Pilpel.
Except for what I just told you, that what I withheld, which was the test score, the examination questions.
Okay.
So I guess I'm asking what else is she looking for?
Okay, Member Pilpel.
Okay. Member Pilpel here. Hello, Annie.
Hi. Hi.
Okay. Couple of questions. This production that you're discussing, when was that provided? And you said that was uploaded to Next Request?
June 2nd, 2020.
Okay. Like June 20th, like 3 days ago.
No, June 2nd.
Second.
Oh, sorry,
2nd.
June 2nd, like 3 weeks ago. Okay.
Yeah.
I believe when the task force last talked about this, there was an April date. And the April date was when the EEO investigation concluded, and we were told that the records would be produced shortly thereafter. Does that track?
Let me see. Yes.
Okay. Can you explain?
There was, sorry. So it came, I disclosed the documents in 2 increments. Sorry, I have to look on Next Request to see when I did it. I had to work on sunshine requests like crazy for the past 2 months. The first batch went out on May 29th. And I think that was my first, yeah. So May 29th was the first batch, and then June 2nd was the last batch that I sent to them.
Okay. Can you explain the time between the April conclusion or closure of the EEO investigation and the end of May, beginning of June record production? Why did it take over a month to review, redact, and release documents that MTA was apparently sitting on for 6 months during the pendency of the EEO investigation? Nothing personal, I'm just asking.
Basically, no. So basically what I had to do was ask staff to send me the information. Initially, way back when Monica first asked for records, we were told to hold off. So basically, everything went on hold. So when it was decided that I can produce the records, then I had to reach out to staff to send it to me. And as soon as I was able to get the information, I started working on it. It took time for staff to review the records and redact, and then I had to go and review what they worked on, because unfortunately this was probably their first time to do the redactions, and I had to.
We're all learning.
And I had to redo a lot of their files because they're not they're not experts. Not that I am, but I had to. There was a lot of cleaning up that I had to do, so it took me a while. In addition to all the other tasks that I have to do too. I'm sorry.
You're fast becoming an expert in this. I get it. Does MTA, whether among the three of you, does MTA have a position on why that document collection, exemption review, and preparation for production could not have occurred and did not occur prior to April? So when the closure letter or the conclusion of the EEO investigation happened, that the documents could be immediately provided, having already been reviewed concurrently with the investigation running? Anybody? Somebody?
That was a compound question. Can you please repeat it?
Why apparently the MTA did not receive those records subject to disclosure, review for redaction, and have them prepared and ready to release upon the conclusion of the EEO investigation. Can you explain to us why that did not occur? What? Because they could have sent it out the next day.
I want to know where it is now.
Oh, well, I'm trying to get to whether they complied. Sorry. Somebody?
So sure. This is MJ, last name Johnson.
Yes.
With regards to the request, we did comply, we did respond, and the documentation was provided. With regards to it not being released immediately, the way that investigations are conducted is completely separate from HR, from Annie, and Caroline. So there's a whole process that goes into effect. They make the requests. If we have those documents, we will provide them. If they came from, I'm assuming in this case, talent acquisition, then they would provide them. I cannot explain for you why it took more than, why it didn't happen immediately.
Okay.
I think that this is Caroline, sorry. I think that in a perfect world, yes, that's what would have happened. But because, as MJ explained, the investigation is separate from some of these responsive records, staff wouldn't have had any way of knowing what was going to be released, what to hold off on. You know what happened is, while the investigation was being conducted, we were told don't release anything. So staff, I think, interpreted that as don't gather anything rather than don't release. So I think when they pumped the brakes, they just braked entirely. And so we wouldn't have known, Annie and I on our end, which of those records were going to be responsive, which were part of the investigation. So we waited for the investigation to complete, and then we went and asked staff, okay, it's a go, let's go see what you have, what we can release. That took time, with Annie having to check with our city attorneys with regards to what needs to be withheld, what needs to be redacted. Annie does have a full-time job, and so unfortunately she was the only one person that was going through all of this, because that's where the records lie in HR. So yes, regrettably, it did take a very long time, but unfortunately, there's just nobody else that can do the work that Annie does.
Right. I understand that. My question was still, why weren't those things running concurrently? So I still disagree about the application of Evidence Code 1040, but we're not arguing about that right now. I am saying that while the EEO investigation was underway, that the records could have been collected and reviewed for redaction and then held until the investigation concluded, so they could have been provided along with the EEO closure letter.
Member Pilpel, I'm going to jump ahead here because I think we need to wrap this up and figure out what we don't have, why we don't have, or not even why we don't,
Fine.
what we don't have,
My other
what
question
needs to be delivered.
Fine. So my other question to Ms. Knight is, when you went through the categories a few minutes ago and said we provided this, we didn't provide that, we don't have anything here, did you provide a letter, a communication to Ms. Georgopoulos that explained for each category of record that she asked for, here's what we have, we don't have any responsive records in this area, and this other thing we're withholding on some basis? Was such a cover letter
No, we did not provide that. No, we're, it's my understanding from the city attorney's office that we're not obligated to provide that, and that is not our practice, and that was not done in this case.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to jump in and just go down the list. We have the request from Ms. Georgopoulos. So she wanted emails, memoranda, notes, text messages, calendar entries, and written communications referring to or discussing Monica Georgopoulos in connection with the 8219 recruitment, interview, certification, or selection process. Has that search been conducted?
Yes.
Okay. And have you delivered all records that you believe to be associated with that search?
Yes.
Okay. All communications referring to or discussing my interview invitation issued on or about October 3rd, 2025, the interview conducted October 16th, and the decision communicated to her on October 23rd that she was not selected. Have those items been delivered?
Yes. I didn't see anything that was sent to me where anything was discussed about why she was not selected.
Okay. All documents explaining.
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Oh, well, the next one would explain where I did send her the ranking information where she ranked on the list of persons who were interviewed.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay. So that's
that
good.
would be on the next one.
And then as far as sort of within that number 3, notes, deliberations, and post-interview assessments, was there any material in as part of that? Was responsive records?
I didn't see anything on that either, except for the scoring sheet and the ranking matrices. It was just mostly school. Well, yeah. If there was notes or anything on the I only sent her scoring sheet, but I redacted a lot of the information because there was examination questions on it, and I redacted that based on that code 6254G. I'm not sure that was
Which isn't the current
okay,
citation.
but I did.
Okay, and how about communications referencing her marital relationship to Elias Georgopoulos?
I didn't see anything on that.
Okay, and then how about communications involving Sean McCormick, Kimberly Ackerman, Amy Frenzen, Victoria Weiss, Scott Edwards, Attorney Nancy Harris, or any SFMTA management, human resources staff, or legal counsel discussing her candidacy, interview, or employment status?
There's nothing on that either.
Okay. Documents reflecting any discussion, proposal, or decision to eliminate, restructure, or terminate the office manager position that she held at the time she was interviewed and not chosen for the other job.
I didn't see anything on that either.
Okay. And the number 7, communications with the Civil Service Commission, Department of Human Resources, DHR, the City Attorney's Office, or outside counsel concerning her candidacy, interview, or employment following the her testimony in an FEHA trial.
No, there wasn't anything on that either.
Okay. So, Ms. Georgopoulos, based on these answers, does this correspond to what you have received? And do you understand why you're not receiving things in other categories? Because they're saying they're not finding responsive records.
So I just took a quick look and I did see that they did send the scoring sheet, but I feel like they sent things on 2 separate occasions because when they reopened my case on the 12th, the first docs that were uploaded to me were on the 29th, but I see that they had uploaded them in the system on the 13th. I did ask for more specific documents on the 1st of June, and they responded that the upload was not complete. And then they bombarded me with a bunch of other repeat documents on the 2nd, and then closed my case right after that. So when I saw that it was a bunch of different ones, I didn't see these other ones that were kind of in there.
Okay, so you are seeing now on second look, you're seeing some records that you didn't see previously.
I am seeing the ranking on just my ranking, not anyone else's. Everyone else's is redacted.
Okay. And at this point, based on their answers, are there any records that you are still looking for, understanding that there are some records that you may have requested that may just not exist?
Yeah, because the projection that they sent out is just discussed mainly mechanisms of the recruitment process. It didn't explain why it was not selected. And I also requested communications between SFMTA with the logistical emails, but discussing my candidacy, qualifications, evaluation. I don't see any of that, but I know something has to be there.
Let me ask the department, if there aren't records about Ms. Georgopoulos' specific candidacy, is it possible that you have missed records, or that these conversations or that communications about her candidacy were handled verbally or in person? Can you explain why there wouldn't be records of this?
Hi, Commissioners. This is MJ Johnson. I'll respond to that question because I've been on numerous exam panels and interview panels throughout 35 years of employment. It is not customary, and I've never seen it happen, where an employee's candidacy, ranking, or anything else is discussed or disclosed throughout emails. The process, the way that it works, is that, and as a matter of fact, our process is, there are so many protections within the process. The person who screens the application cannot be on the panel. The people who are on the panel cannot screen the applications, and nor can they be the ones who make, make the offer to the highest ranking candidate. So there are no email communications because they don't exist with regards to Monica specifically herself or anyone else. The panel is given the resumes, the applications. Excuse me, no, they're not here at SFMTA. The panelists are given the score sheets with the questions. They're all preset. None of them are changed. All the scoring is the same for every single candidate. Any notes that are made on those documents, and those documents are sent straight to HR. So with regards to discussing someone's marital status or anything else related to Monica Georgopoulos, it just doesn't exist. And that is not the process.
Okay. Ms. Georgopoulos, does that help answer some of your questions about why some of this information was not recorded?
I mean, I feel like it's the safe answer, but yes and no.
Okay.
I'm happy to take time to sit with Monica Georgopoulos at any time after this committee and committee meeting, and I can happily explain the recruitment process, how it works, so that there's an understanding that even the hiring manager is not involved in the screening of the applications. Each step in the process is very, very separate, protected. It's reviewed by the EEO officer before a decision is made to make sure that everything is done in accordance with the rules, regulations, and policies that we have and always will follow.
Okay. Members, any other questions that might help us narrow down if there's anything left that hasn't been delivered?
Other things, but not that.
Okay, what are the other things that
I'm still concerned about two things. One, the length of time, that's what I was getting at earlier, that it took more than a month to produce whatever records were produced. And I believe that those should have been prepared in advance and been made available as soon as the EEO investigation concluded. That's number one. And number two is, in the absence of a responsive letter from MTA to Ms. Georgopoulos responding to each of those points that you interrogated about, that they should have said, and that they still could memorialize in a letter saying, as to this category of thing, we don't have a thing. As to this category of thing, we also don't have a thing. This third category, you asked for the score sheet. We've provided the score sheet in a redacted way. And, you know, if there's anything else that may be subject to attorney-client or some other applicable exemption, that here's what it is and what applies. So, you know, here's essentially what we are producing and why, and the other things as to each specific category, the way you just related back and forth, we don't have any responsive records. I believe that they should have and still could and should provide that kind of a response. I don't think that's asking much. They already answered the questions to you verbally.
Well, they've answered the questions. So what I want to do is, if there are any outstanding records, I would like to get them to Ms. Georgopoulos. If there are not outstanding records, I think we're done.
Yeah.
I think that's true.
Okay, so do we think we're done here?
Unfortunately, I think so.
Okay.
You know, part of me tends to think that someone who previously worked there, I don't know what her current status is, applied. There was apparently a FIHA case, there was an EEO investigation. She's married to another applicant. I'm sure there are some supporters, some opponents, some people with varied views about this individual within the agency. So it seems unlikely to me that there wouldn't be emails commenting on her, but it's possible. Someone may have said, if you have something to say it in a meeting, don't put it in writing, period. That's possible. But it just seems to me like people would likely have opinions on this individual. I don't know this person at all, only what I've read and heard at the task force.
Okay.
May I respond?
Sure, briefly.
Everyone has opinions. Opinions are neither here nor there. We follow the rules. With regards to timeliness, it was a reasonable turnaround time given the volume of work and the lack of staffing that we have. We do the absolute best that we can to respond as quickly as we can. Nothing was held back or held from Monica Georgopoulos, and it certainly wasn't withheld just for the sake of allowing time to pass. Respectfully, we always respond as quickly as possible. The other thing, with regards to the comment that was made about the investigation, taking documents and having them ready to go, and I think that perhaps the task force certainly doesn't understand how investigations work, how they occur, or anything else, because you can't do something like that. You have an investigation. That investigation needs to be clear, clean, unadulterated. So saying hold something to the side and have it ready in the queue so that it can go, because we focus on the investigation. When the investigation is done, then we move on to the next thing. That is standard practice. It is best practice. And that's the way we operate in every situation, including this one.
Thank you. Here's what I'm thinking. Because Ms. Georgopoulos, you said some of the records you didn't realize were in this batch that you received. And so you've only been looking at them while we've been talking in this meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. Because of that, I don't feel entirely comfortable saying that we should close this tonight. However, I'm hoping that based on, the questioning that we've done, and I think your understanding that some of the records you've requested may not exist just because those either were not created, or maybe was information that was exchanged in meetings or conversations but was not documented. I would like to give you a chance to look at this to make sure that you understand why you have what you have and why other things might not be there. I don't necessarily think we need to meet again unless you find, after going through and perhaps listening to the audio from this, if you want to review the back and forth about what was delivered and what wasn't delivered and why. After that, if you think there are still items that are missing, I think we could look at this again. But I think we might have gotten to the point where you have received what you're going to get, because those are the records that exist. Members, does this make sense as far as I don't want to close the door entirely, although I think we might be at the end of the road with this, but I do want to give you a chance to look at those. Or members, do you think we close it, and then if Ms. Georgopoulos finds that I want to be consistent too, because I'm trying to remember in the other case earlier this evening, I felt like the records were out there for a very long time, where this has been a little faster turnaround, although, I hear what member Pilpel was saying, sure, maybe some things can happen faster, but I also understand from the department that they have to follow their procedures with a completely different process that doesn't have anything to do with records requests.
Exactly. Well, what we could do, just thinking off the top of my head, we could continue it to August. And if Mr. Joplin could notify Administrator Peterson that she's got everything she needs, then we'll just close it at the next meeting. And no one needs to appear. We'll just, say she can say she's satisfied
Right.
and we'll close the file.
Right.
And that gives her an opportunity
To review.
to review it.
Yeah.
And then just say, hey, I've got everything I need.
Or I have everything that I believe I will get because I understand why these other records don't exist.
And there was also an offer made if
To
she
talk
wants
through,
to take it
yeah.
up to talk about how the process works. So.
Yeah. Would you like to make a motion?
Do I hear it? I would make a motion to continue this matter to our next meeting. Do we want all the specifics of if the applicant determines that she has all the information that she needs, that she's also maybe possibly taken up the offer to discuss her particular case with Muni. And she can just notify Administrator Peterson and we'll close the file at the next meeting.
Yeah. I would say perhaps we ask Administrator Peterson to check in with her in advance of the next meeting and see whether she is satisfied with what she's received, in which case we will just plan to close it and no one needs to attend the next meeting.
Exactly.
How about, and if she's not satisfied, that somebody puts in writing or email to us what is still
outstanding? Yes.
To scope the hearing. Yeah.
I think that sounds good.
Why don't you second this?
I'll second this one.
There you go.
So this isn't the precise language, but these are the elements moved to continue the matter to the August 2026 meeting. And if petitioner determines that she has all of the information she needs and considers the offer to work with the SFMTA to discuss the process, that Administrator Peterson is going to contact the petitioner for a status of the. Excuse me?
There's an echo.
That I am to contact petitioner for the status of the case and whether to continue the matter. Those are the elements, not quite the language.
Those are the elements. I feel like we need just some separate sentences there.
Yeah. And you're just checking to see if she feels that the department is in compliance, then we can close the file out at our next meeting.
Well, let's be clear. If the petitioner is satisfied, she can close the file with Ms. Peterson.
And we don't even need
and
to
it doesn't
hear it.
come back to
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
If
Right.
she's not satisfied, she should put in writing what she's not satisfied about, and that will be the subject of the hearing in 2 months.
Thank you for the clarification.
So I don't want to work in parking control.
Okay, public comment?
Yes, please.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on this matter, please approach the podium if you're in the room. Raise your hand if you are online. Or raise your hand in the app. We have no one at the podium. We have one hand raised. Hello, caller. Do you wish to make public comment on item 11? Hello, caller?
Yes, can you hear
Forgive
me?
me, I think that was, okay, sorry.
I'm sorry, I am looking at 650-253. Caller, do you wish to make public comment?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, 3 minutes, Chair LaHood?
Mhm.
All right, caller, your 3 minutes begins now.
Yeah, I'd just like to express my disappointment at the posture of the respondent, SFMTA, in this case. I'm not familiar with the case, but I'm here for a different case. And listening to the back and forth here, I heard one employee say that the other employee has a full-time job at SFMTA and was limited in responding to this request. I also heard a different employee say that actually tell the task force what was a reasonable amount of time to respond to. And in both of those comments, I would just remind you all that you are city employees. You are required to follow the law. The Sunshine Ordinance is law in San Francisco. And SFMTA has a responsibility both to the law and to the public that you appropriately staff these positions and you respond on time to requests. The fact that this case has been open as long as it has been, the fact that you are before the compliance committee, and the fact that you will be back at the compliance committee says that you have not been following the law, you have not been responding in an appropriate time, and I don't believe that the task force here needs to be told that you're stretched thin. I think you should appropriately staff your positions, because the precedent that you're setting is that any department can just understaff their custodian of records and then come here apologetically and tell everybody that we responded in the appropriate amount of time. I think it's disrespectful to this task force. I think it's disrespectful to the people that are waiting for cases after you. And I think it disrespects the public of San Francisco. So I think you should be more respectful of the timelines, and please don't lecture the task force on what an appropriate amount of time is or appropriate amount of staffing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other public commenters?
I'm sorry, there was a second hand raised and I lost it. There we go. One moment, please. Apologies, caller. Did you wish to make public comment on item 11?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Just a moment. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Okay, this is Elias Georgopoulos. This is first of all, good evening, chair and members. I wanted to address a broader concern regarding the transparency here within the 8219 Parking Enforcement Assistant Director position. MJ's coming on here talking. She doesn't know what she's talking about. And the other two that are going through these records are not producing it. They are withholding important documents from the city attorney who interfered in an open civil service recruitment process. This is easy to come up with. I had a FIHA trial. I sued the SFMTA. I ranked #1. They bypassed me. My wife, who is the face of the SFMTA, literally on the 6th floor, very well loved, for 4. One of our best friends, Richard Ordona, ranked 5. This is no coincidence that they bypassed me, bypassed Monica, and bypassed Richard. The top 5 candidates, okay? They're not transparent. This is a corrupt organization. They are not producing the documents. They literally produce documents on there, and then they sneak batches in and backdate it. This is the SFMTA is known for this, and I'm calling them out. I thank the task force for holding them accountable. Mr. Pilpin, everyone that holds these people accountable. This is a corrupt organization. They know exactly. They're just robots. They're doing what's they're been told by the city attorney's office, by the SFMTA leadership, and they continue to withhold documents that are out there. I have proof that the city attorney interfered, and they interfered with Monica and myself. Yet they're not producing it, and they're saying that they're producing everything that's on there. This is false, and they should be held accountable, and they will be held accountable, whether it's in this forum or another lawsuit. They will be held accountable. I promise you that. That's it.
Thank you.
Any further public comment?
One moment, please. Last call for public comment on item 11. Please raise your hand in the app or press star 3. We have no one at the podium, no hands raised.
Thank you, commenters. Please call the vote.
I'm sorry, who moved?
Member Anderson. And I seconded.
Thank you. Taking the vote on item 11. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. 3 ayes, 1 absent. Motion passes. Thank you, parties. Item 12. File number 26034, complaint filed by Lucas Illa against the San Francisco Sheriff's Office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On April 21, 2026, the Complaint Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the task force consent agenda with a recommendation to find a violation of Administrative Codes, Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21B, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner, and ordered production pursuant to Section 6721E, and requested that the matter be referred to a committee for follow-up to ensure records are released. The Complaint Committee noted that the respondent acknowledged that documents were not provided timely and/or in a complete manner, and that future documents should be provided on a rolling basis. On May 6, 2026, the task force adopted the consent agenda and the recommendations of the Complaint Committee regarding File 26034. On June 3rd, the task force approved the order of determination.
Okay, do we have the petitioner and the respondent here?
Parties to item 12, file 26034. Kindly raise your hand so that we can identify you. Hello, caller. You're here for item 12.
Yes, good evening, Chair LaHood, Member Philpell, and Member Anderson. My name is Allison Lambert, and I'm appearing on behalf of the Sheriff's Office.
Hi, Ms. Lambert. One moment, please. Promoting you to panelist. Mr. Illa, please raise your hand in the app or press star 3 so that I can find you. Mr. Illa, are you present? One moment, please. Let me check recent correspondence, communications. Ms. Lambert, I'm going to mute you for a moment. One moment, Chair LaHood. Mr. Illa initially indicated that he was not available, but then responded on Monday, June 15 during the workday, indicated he had rearranged his schedule and would attend virtually, making one last call.
Okay.
Mr. Illa, if you are present in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. One moment, please. Thanks for your patience. I'm checking other mailboxes in the event that someone writes to me individually instead of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Confirming no communications have been received from petitioner since Monday, the 15th.
Okay, well, that is unfortunate. I will say this, Ms. Lambert, I appreciate you being here. And since you are here, I am looking at your letter to us on page 19, explaining what has been done. Do you have any other updates to give us about how you've been responding to this request? And have you received any other communication from Mr. Illa since sending this?
Note, there's also an additional communication from Ms. Lambert on page 32. With
Okay.
more detailed.
Is it more recent? I'm
Yes.
looking for the most recent.
Yes, more recent.
Okay. This is great. Ms. Lambert, do you have anything to add beyond this? Thank you for sending this detailed log of what you've been doing and the production. This is actually very helpful. Do you have any further updates to share with us?
She's muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Could you unmute her, please?
Ms. Lambert, you're a panelist. You can unmute yourself, but don't touch your phone. I'm going to unmute you.
Okay, I have unmuted myself.
Okay, we can hear you.
Okay, great. The Sheriff's Office is targeting to release records at a minimum on a weekly basis. Sooner if we have more available. And currently I was really hoping that the complainant would be present so that we have pivoted to identify one particular staff member's emails who we think will satisfy most of this request. It is the undersheriff's. There are 185 emails that are in review process right now. Unfortunately, because of the size of the attachments, they do include meeting agendas, which include topics that were not part of the request, that needs redactions. Anything that has criminal history on it will require redactions. Anything that has pictures which show jail layout or describe security procedures will need redactions. And of course, there are a whole layer of attorney-client privileged communications in a lot of these. So something without an attachment will take maybe about a minute. Something with a large attachment with many meeting details could be 10 minutes to 30 minutes. So I still do not have an exact timeline as to when this will be completed, but we are focusing on releasing records on a weekly basis.
Okay. I like hearing that. It seems like you, let me ask members, do you have any further questions?
I'm not sure I have any questions. I really appreciate the bulleted list on page 32. I think that's, if not perfect, that's certainly a good model for other departments to use when reporting compliance. Since the meeting, here's what's happened, date by date, and what you just related about weekly production and trying to narrow and prioritize. I think that's right on. I mean, if it turns out that you still have to go through the 28,000 records, then so be it, but that seems unlikely. So finding ways to creatively crack the nut. Right on.
Thank you.
Member Anderson, any thoughts or comments on this?
Yes, yes, thank you very much. This is very helpful. I was reading your bulleted list here. Do you have any kind of estimation of when you would be done, when you would complete the task of providing these records?
Not yet. The next email box, again, has 185 items with many attachments that are detailing lots of meetings. And so I know that the next compliance meeting is scheduled 2 months from now in August. I can tell you that is very unlikely that we will be complete in August.
Okay.
Okay. Here's my recommendation. I'd like to make a motion that we continue this, and seeing as you and your colleague have waited with us for many hours, I'd like to request to Administrator Peterson to schedule this particular one very early in the meeting next time, to acknowledge the waiting that has happened, and because I'm happy with what appears to be very consistent and systematic production. And I think we could probably do a check-in in August, get an update, and hopefully if the petitioner, actually, should we even do, you know what? Well, I think we should, because let's keep this on track. And I hope the petitioner will.
What I hear you saying is normally we would close the matter because the petitioner isn't here, but in this case, you want to not close it, continue it to the next meeting, and get a further update on status.
Yeah, because they're on track. And I don't, this is one of those situations where I don't want to get off track and then have to come back 6 months from now and say, wait, what happened? Just because you're on track, you're doing all the right things. But at the same time, I don't want to have you waiting through meetings like this because things are going so well. So Administrator Peterson, if we could schedule this for early in the next meeting, just to do a quick check-in. Also, if we can get some verification from the petitioner that these records are still desired, because I don't want to have them continue to do the work if the petitioner does not need the record. So if we can get some verification or response to their requests about narrowing the scope, which may help get the work done even faster.
Noted.
Okay.
According to the email, it looks like they've been trying, but they've had communication challenges.
Yeah.
Please
go ahead.
I was just going to add, if we do continue this to August, I'm with that. To Ms. Lambert, if you could provide an additional update about mid-August for our August packet. That
just like
sort of,
this.
yeah, like this, but that again sort of goes from our order to that point, what's been produced, what's in the works, what's still being reviewed, kind of where you're at that point. And if you have an updated projection on completion, that would be fabulous.
Noted.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you again for moving this.
Yeah, absolutely. Do we have a motion?
It's no problem.
Okay. I move to continue this matter to our next compliance and amendments meeting in August.
Second, please.
I'll second.
Yeah, the other information.
I think this is going the way we want. I think it's a check-in.
Oh
yeah.
Just check it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Public comment? Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 12? If you're in the room, approach the podium. If you're online, raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the queue. Taking the vote. Taking the vote on item 12. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Member Wolf is absent. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. 3 ayes, 1 absent. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 13, file number 26035. Complaint filed by Grant Review against the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21 and 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On April 21, 2026, the Complaint Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the task force consent agenda with a recommendation to find a violation of Administrative Code. Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21B, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner, and ordered production of the records pursuant to Section 67.21E. The Complaint Committee requested that the matter be referred to a committee for follow-up to ensure records are released. The Complaint Committee noted that the respondent acknowledged the documents were not provided timely and/or in a complete manner, and requested that the following documents be provided. The operating contract for the Medical Respite Center, Hope House, Civic Center Motor Inn, and any records of complaints received from any facilities covered by the public records request. On May 6, 2026, the task force adopted the consent agenda and recommendations of the Complaint Committee in file 26035. On June 3rd, the task force approved the order of determination.
Okay, do we have the petitioner and someone representing the respondent?
Yes.
Okay. Let's hear from it, or I'll wait for you to make sure everybody's ready to go.
Parties are present.
Okay. Petitioner, can you give us an update on what you have received?
Yes. The first couple items from your order of determination, which were facility contracts, in your packet on page 10 is where the Department of HSH produced contracts for 3 properties. So that has been provided, yes.
Great. Anything else you want to draw our attention to in the packet?
Yes. So your order of determination calls for the production of any complaints. And I sent a note in the packet, page 9, that essentially said, I aim for this to not go to, ongoing compliance committee. So could you please fulfill the order so we don't have to go to the meeting? And what I got back was really surprising from the department. Essentially, they said, we have sent a message out to our staff, and they have identified potential 700 responsive documents related to the complaints category. Now, the reason that this is concerning is all the way back in November, at the start of this complaint, and this was not addressed in our committee because and the full task force is the original order of determination, because I just accepted it as fact. On November 18th, HSH said to me, I can confirm that HSH does not have nor maintain any, quote, logs of complaints received from the public for any city-funded, facilities. So that was the first time that they said that there were 0 responsive records to this fourth part of my request. And then also on another page here in their response, page 11 of your packet, you can see that Mr. Robinson says, I've released everything that we had within the scope as interpreted, and I have issued an additional call out for more complaints. So what's concerning here is that I filed this, let's see, all the way back in October of 2025, and was told in October, I was told in November, and I was told even recently that there are no responsive records. While I'm thankful that 700, we went from 0, for the last 9 months to 700, I would just call out to this committee. I think that we had insufficient and defective initial search. And so after that email, which is again on page 11 of your packet, I heard nothing. I heard nothing for the last 5 weeks. And what I would have come with today is that nothing was produced, other than the fact that HSH produced like 25 documents during this meeting. And so I would echo, I've been listening to the entire meeting, I would echo what multiple different cases with HSH has echoed, that they only comply when dragged before the committee. I'm super frustrated to even be here because there was such a clear order of determination, and between, documents that are just magically appearing that they, firmly attested are not maintained, do not exist, and everything had been provided last year, to now even trying to get those produced over the last 5 weeks when they volunteered them themselves. Yeah, to get my first production of those after the start of this meeting is quite frustrating for me.
Thank you for your update. We appreciate, we appreciate all this good detail. For the department, is it still Mr. Robinson? Boy, he's been with us a long time today. Mr. Robinson, could you give us an update from your perspective, what has been produced and what you will be producing in response to this order of determination?
Yes, no problem. I just really want to have a fair and honest conversation around like what was produced and why. So following the order of determination that was made at the last task force hearing, it was asked for us to produce contracts related to the Medical Respite Center, Hope House, Civic Center Motor Inn, and complaints. You can see it in the packet. I followed up after doing digging in that from the previous task force hearing. We didn't have a responsive record for the Medical Respite Center because it's not a organization or a program that's funded by HSH. It's funded by the Department of Public Health. So we actually referred them to their Sunshine inbox to collect that record. As it related to Hope House, within the scope of the time frame that this complainant sought those records, Hope House was formerly known as a completely different organization. And so the operating contract that we provided within the scope of the request just had a different name. I did provide an updated contract that's outside of the scope of the time frame that was requested, just because it's what they were looking for. And I also want to note that that naming wasn't evident in the contract. It was a byproduct of just the address of the site. And this is just information I found out after doing some digging as to why this wouldn't have been produced in the first record or just collected. Second, for the Civic Center Motor Inn, the same thing was also, it's held under a completely different name. And we affirmed that it's probably why it wasn't initially produced or found under our search because it wasn't within the scope of the language that was provided. So for those first three, that's what happened. As far as complaints, I'm happy to report, yes, we are reviewing and releasing records as quickly as we can. And I will also note from our previous task force hearings, we were clear that we just interpreted the scope as logs of complaints, which we didn't have during the initial search for records. There's no, program managers aren't like logging complaints that we received by like a title, a date, etc. That wasn't something that we had. And then following our last task force hearing, we also agreed, and I said I was open to just broadening the scope to complaints because that seems like that's what the requester was looking for, not like a log of the complaints. And I have been able to locate responsive documents that I've been able to identify. I will say over the last few weeks, a lot of the records I reviewed were not responsive, but I have been able to start identifying what would fall within that scope and releasing them to the requester.
Okay, and how long do you think it will take to finish complying with this records request?
I can definitely get that to the requester before the next hearing. I would say at least, I'd say within the next 8 weeks. The schedule that I've scheduled with my manager on the back end is to at least get like around 100-ish records out a week. If I have any hiccups or anything comes up, like I'm out, I definitely would communicate that with the requester, but I definitely think we could get that out within the next 2 months.
You know what? That sounds like if we can get this completed by our next meeting and close that out, I think that would be a great target.
Okay.
And our next meeting is in August.
Yes.
Okay, members, do we have questions? Member Anderson.
No, I don't have any questions. I think pretty much we've been given a really good overview of what's going on. We've been given a good overview of what's going on, and it looks like we're making progress. And if we can get this resolved by our next meeting, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I have no question.
And Mr. Review, I note your comment about, initially hearing no responsive records, but I am happy to hear that you are getting additional records that I hope lead you where you're going in your search. So, Member Pilpel.
Yeah, a couple of things. First to Mr. Robinson. On this one, I want to give you credit where credit is due. I think, I don't know your background, but my sense is that you're doing Sunshine and not being a program officer at HSH. The extent to which you can impress on your colleagues that are program officers that people may not know the right term, the right title, addresses don't change that much, but the names of organizations and the program titles certainly change. So if someone asks for something about the Civic Center Motor Inn, but it's operated by Westside Community Mental Health, then they should understand that that's the name of the organization that you contract with, but the particular program is currently or had been known as the Civic Center Motor Inn. So they should be a little less rigid on technicalities and more on the, what is the person actually looking for, and that, you're what do you call it? A conduit or an intermediary to making that happen. Similarly, on the complaints, I too am concerned, chagrined, displeased that it's only come to light now, 5 or 6 months after this started, that there are in fact complaints when HSH previously said that there were no complaints, and whether they were in a log or simply recorded in some other way, there clearly were some number of complaints. And so now you're going through for review and redaction and release, which is good. It would have been better to know about that sooner. Again, that's probably not on, you, it's probably only because of your additional digging that those came up. But again, impressing on your colleagues that, if someone asks for something like a complaint, they're probably looking for something like a complaint, however it's titled or handled. I'm not sure that there was a question in there.
Okay, I'm going to jump in.
Yeah.
Mr. Robinson, so it sounds like your plan is to stay on track for the next 8 weeks and continue. Are you doing weekly production now?
Correct.
Okay, I think weekly production sounds great. I would love to see this all taken care of by our next meeting. And if you want to get it done sooner and let the petitioner know that it's been completed, if you are able to do that, I think that would be fantastic.
Yes.
For the record, we are not doing weekly production. I haven't heard anything in over a month, and I don't know why I need to drag people to this compliance hearing to get even an update. Others have been granted weekly production. I don't think we should pretend that that's what's been happening here.
Let's ask for that going forward.
Yeah. Do you want weekly production if that can be delivered?
Yeah, I mean, I would also like my request to be fulfilled sooner than 10 months after it was filed. If I don't really understand why we're allowing, 10 days for the initial period as required by the law. But now that we're in this protracted process, I need to keep bringing them back, and they get an additional 8 weeks to produce documents.
I hear what you're saying. The initial 10 days is 10 days for a response. I mean, boy, do I am with you in wishing that we would actually get records within 10 days, but I can tell you that often does not happen.
Results may vary.
Yeah.
The flip of it is I've not received any documents in 4 weeks. So I'm happy if the order is for weekly production. It's just, I hope everyone sees what is happening here, is that even if we didn't have the other evidence points tonight, if I was the only case, it would be obvious to me that HSH acts reactively to this committee. And I need to commit personal time to bring them before you to get any production, because the production I have received was less time ago than we've all been sitting here. It was like 2 hours ago was my first, complaint produced. So I get that, they want to show up and say, we're doing weekly production going forward. It's just to satisfy you because you're here, and without you, I'd still be sitting and I wouldn't get my document.
I wish this committee could meet monthly, because I think I actually do think it would help. And not even just talking about the department in front of us. I think it would probably help many departments stay on track with this. I will say this. So, Mr. Robinson, we have not had weekly production, but are you committing to weekly production going forward?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I would really like to see that. I'd like to get to the end of this and say, it was slow getting started, but we got we developed good momentum with the response and got the petitioner the records they were looking for.
And we'll include that either in the motion or in the understanding with the motion to continue.
Would you like to make a motion?
I can in 1 second. I also wanted to say to Mr. Can we call you Mr. Grant Review?
Yes.
Yes?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think you commented at the last full task force meeting on the proposed memo. I did want to relate to you that I did follow up on that. I tweaked it a little bit based on the discussion at the full task force, pass that on to Chair Yankee. It'll take some time to work through the system and get to the 3 departments, but I wanted to assure you that is also underway. And I thought that was also something useful and productive that the task force could do based in part on your several complaints. So thank you for prompting that.
Thank you back.
So a motion here to continue to the August CAC meeting?
With the goal of closing out compliance because all of the records will have been produced.
Yes, and either understanding or requesting weekly production and status updates to the petitioner with a final report to the task force in August.
Second.
Just a moment, please. Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 13, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the room and no hands raised. Taking the vote on item 13. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. 1 absent, 3 ayes, motion passes. Item 14. File number 26037. Complaint filed by Grant Review against the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21 and 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On April 21, 2026, the Complaint Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction. The requested records are public and referred the matter to the full task force for hearing to consider a possible violation of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21C, for failure to provide assistance. On May 6, 2026, the task force found that the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing violated Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21C, by failing to provide assistance, and Section 67.21E by failing to attend the task force hearing, referred the matter to a committee for compliance, and ordered the department to identify and provide any records having to do with program monitoring activities pursuant to the controller's policy on annual monitoring. On June 3rd, 2026, the task force approved the order of determination.
Okay, well, we've got, I believe we have both petitioner and respondent here because they were the same as in the last case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Petitioner, what have you received in terms of responsive records for this complaint?
Nothing. I've not received anything.
Nothing? That's disappointing.
And if I could just orient you all,
Yes.
on page 3,
Mhm.
I'll repeat what the order said. The first was that at the actual full task force meeting, there was no representative from HSH, so it was only me. And you all ordered the clarification, that last sentence on the bottom of page 3, orders the department to identify and provide any records having to do with program monitoring activities pursuant to the controller's policy. So that was actually your group's request. Following that order of determination, I heard nothing. And in anticipation of this meeting, if you go to pages 10 and 11, I have put the updated next request, where on June 11th, again, I had heard nothing either at the meeting that HSH did not show up to or in response to your order. And I wrote, at the last meeting, you guys didn't send anybody, but here is the order of determination. Could you please comply by responding to this and clarifying the question posed by the task force? And so since that, I have heard nothing on next requests. I have heard nothing. that's where we're at.
Okay. Mr. Robinson, how are we doing? Okay. So the petitioner says he's not received any records. Can you explain what has happened here and how you're going to fulfill responding to the order of determination?
Yes, I've expanded the scope of the request to our program monitors to just program monitoring for those sites within that time frame.
You know what? We're having a hard time hearing you. I'm so sorry. I think the microphone placement has shifted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, I've asked our program managers to pull program monitoring for those sites within that time frame. I believe from our last hearings, the contention point was that there were no responsive records related to monitoring in correspondence with that controller's policy regarding annual monitoring plans because it just hadn't been effectively implemented yet. So we did adjust the scope on the back end to start being able to pull something that's responsive. I will apologize. I was out for the majority of May, just handling personal things, and coming back it's been intense, not gonna lie, but yeah, we're working to provide just program monitoring for those sites that would be responsive at the department, noting that they're not technically responsive to the initial scope of the request because there still was nothing in place related to an annual monitoring plan regarding that policy set by the controller's office at the time.
So if I could ask a question, are you suggesting that there are no documents responsive to the order of determination? Because your office never replied to the order of determination at all.
Do we want
We're not going to do cross. This is not a time for petitioner and respondent to ask questions of each other. Member Pilpel, do you have a question?
Several things are rolling around, plus it's still getting late. To Mr. Robinson, I understand that you were out and it sounds like Dylan is temporarily running finance and admin. I forget who was the finance and admin person who must have left that moved Dylan over there. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
Okay. With her not around when you were out, was someone else covering Sunshine for HSH, or was it only sort of being done, as in not really?
Someone with just the capacity of the department, someone was covering our general intake, so they were processing the requests in my absence and getting calls out made, but not didn't have the capacity to actually process said records.
Okay. If you can somehow escalate, elevate, make more visible the fact that you need someone else, if not as a full-time assistant, certainly as some other cross-trained person within the central office, so that in your absence, the whole thing doesn't really grind to a halt, that would be excellent. And maybe with Dylan acting there now, there's a better chance of getting some additional assistance and cross-training in that way. I can assure you, if you ask, you may or may not get assistance, but if you don't ask, you won't get any assistance. So now may be a good time for that. What I said earlier.
If I could add, I actually already asked. In the last case, I emailed Emily Cohen.
Okay.
And she forwarded it to Dylan Schneider and said Dylan will step in with DeVaris out. I heard nothing from either of them. So, everyone's aware that if one person is out, Emily Cohen is receiving messages from me asking for them to comply with a already produced order of determination. She punts it to Dylan Schneider, who doesn't reply at all. And now we're here. I would request that this go to the Ethics Commission. I don't want to attend these meetings.
Slow down. Isn't Shireen also retiring and there's somebody new coming in to run the department?
Correct.
Okay, do we need
future?
What?
Shireen has announced she's retiring, but she's firmly in her role at this time.
All right, just checking. Anyway, maybe that wasn't the best approach. I just think that this is another issue of resources, and what I said earlier about program managers and not being so focused on the language, but the concept that, whether or not there was annual monitoring pursuant to the controller's policy or simply some kind of program monitoring with contractors running programs and services, that's what the petitioner was looking for. And I think that's pretty clear from the context. And it is surprising and disappointing that this is only coming up now, months later, that there may actually be reports and you're going around once again looking for them.
Again, I think, I wish things could have been different in the past. My goal is to get compliance now. And if we can get that done as quickly as possible and get it done well ahead of our next meeting, that would be great. Mr. Robinson, what are the chances of making that happen?
Oh, very likely. Yeah.
Okay.
Very likely.
Is this one that we could get wrapped up in a matter of weeks rather than months?
I believe so. Yeah, because I'm just now having to review program monitoring forms rather than like searching for what applies to annual monitoring.
Okay.
If the labeling is accurate. Yeah.
I'll say this. Let's try to get this. If you say we can get this wrapped up quickly, let's get it wrapped up quickly. Let's send the records to the petitioner. Let's close this out. And if we don't need to meet on this one at our next meeting because it has been satisfied, I think that will be a great success. Did I lose everyone, or are we?
No, I just think it's more likely that we'll hear this along with the previous case because they're related.
I really hope we're not back here. There should be no reason that we have to return. I mean, again, it's frankly just shocking to me that there's no consequence for non-response to an order of determination from the task force. And maybe you all are used to that. It's really, really surprising to me.
We wish we had more power. Our power is to make people continue to attend meetings.
Yeah, but that we have to be here too.
Yeah. So I think it's in all of our interest to get the records to the petitioners and to resolve things as quickly as possible. Okay, members, do we have a motion here? I think it's clear what our plan of action is. I motion that we continue this matter, but urge the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing to provide the responsive records according to the order of determination as quickly as possible so that we can close out compliance for this matter.
Second.
That language is included in the
Sure.
action. Seconded by Member Anderson. Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 14? If you're in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. Give you a moment. We have no one at the podium, no hands raised.
Okay, please call the vote.
Calling the vote on item 14. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. 1 absent, 3 ayes. Motion passes.
Thank you, participants. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you, parties.
Yeah.
Item 15, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
My comment is, wow, this is a long meeting. Members, do we have anything to bring up? Member Pilpel.
Very briefly, three things. Just to reconfirm that until further notice, these CAC regular meetings start at 4:30.
That is
Right.
correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
understood. Second,
Mhm.
and I don't need an answer to this tonight, but maybe we can think about this.
Mhm.
Given what we just went through tonight and that we continued many of the matters, Member Wolf may have other questions. We may have changes in the task force membership and people movement. Who knows? Can we think about sharing or splitting some of these compliance files between this committee and EOT? I understand that there are trade-offs, but I can assure you that EOT doesn't have a big workload right now. And
Oh, because you're on that committee too.
yes,
I would say yes, if we can, if that is allowed, that unless, well, actually, Administrator Peterson, did we just get a bunch of stuff out of the way? Are we going to have more coming down the pipeline or not so much?
We have tried to refer matters to EOTC.
Uh-huh.
It has been rejected.
Rejected?
If you would like to consult with Chair Highland and Chair Yankee and get back to me,
Okay. I'm going to do
I
that.
will implement what's discussed.
I'm going to go cause some trouble.
all I'm suggesting is that we have a little more balanced workload.
Yeah.
And I don't see, I see that we do okay at compliance review. I think that they do okay at compliance review. I think it's just a question of, you know, the 3 or 4 minds and brains that are sitting around discussing it. I don't think any of us are any better or worse at doing this.
No, I mean, I think the only thing that does make sense is once compliance has been given to a committee, unless there's I understand the reasoning behind leaving it with that committee, unless there's an urgent need to
Agreed.
Yeah.
Switch it off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Historically, we tended to send records related matters to this committee and meetings and procedures related matters to EOT, but there was no hard and fast rule on that. And since we haven't had a lot of compliance review follow-up meetings about meeting related things, that hasn't come up so much. In any event, I think I made my point. And finally, if we can put on as the last item at the August meeting to revisit the amendments project and discuss scope and timeline on that, I don't think we should just let that drop. I think we should figure out what we're doing on it.
As long as there aren't 15 other items on the agenda.
Right. Well, I mean, there will be like a large number, but even if we only have 5 minutes to say, let's develop a timeline.
You know what? I can support that request.
Okay. Those are my 3 items for tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Let's call the next item, please.
Public comment.
Oh, sorry, public comment. Is anybody with us?
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 15, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. Calling again for public comment on item 15. We have no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Please call the next item.
Item 16, adjournment.
So moved.
Meeting is adjourned at 11:19 p.m. Microphones are off. Recording is off.
So tired.